Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, small law firm in central Minnesota, and with returning triumphantly to the stream after a long hiatus that is entirely my fault is Mr. Cody Bayer from
Fire, you bastard!
Fire! God damn it! Fire from Anime Outsiders. Welcome.
I'm back, bitches. By popular demand, apparently, for as much as some of y'all in his chat bitch every time my face and voice show up, like once a week for I don't even know how long now, I get asked, when are you going to be back on Nick's show? When are you going to be back on Nick's show? You going to be? I knew I had to say something to Nick when the day I joined Mastodon on Nick Masterson's thing. The day I joined, I got a message. You gonna be back on Nick's stream? When are you gonna be back? So I was like, I'm not complaining. I appreciate it. But when it got to that level, when it was like at least once a week, like Nick, please.
Well, I'm over here and I'm like, look, as soon as you apologize for your internalized misogyny, then that's when we can have a discussion about this. But until you're ready to own up to the damage of your past, then I cannot have you on.
I still assert that women be shopping, and you can't convince me otherwise.
I disavow this man, this man person. No, I'm glad you reached out. People have been bothering me about it too, and as you know, I'm notoriously bad at follow up. I'm always trying to be better. But if people want to have me on a show or be on my show, they tend to find out very quickly that a little bit of persistence helps me out, and that makes up for my failing. It is not arrogance; it is literal failure, and I know that. But no, man.
Cat.
Yes, except one cat who's also an asshole.
A drunk cat, yeah.
Cat.
Oh, little boy swoop hairdo going on there.
Yes. See, this is the lazy style. I didn't have to do anything. I got out of the shower and I went, and it stayed like this. And thank God it did, because I haven't had time for anything lately.
I imagine,
as some people know, and yes, I will pin the link to the archive channel in just a minute. As some people know, I have been streaming the impeachment trial of Donald Trump, which was 4 hours during the day on Monday, 8 hours yesterday, 5.5 hours today. Looks to be a significant amount of time tomorrow, and then there will be a break at 5 p.m. And I have also been doing this show and my Twitch show after it. So it's been a really, really busy week. But yeah, so I've been running ragged, but so Cody reaches out to me the other day, and he's like, "Hey, man, when do you think we could do a show together? People have been asking, just wondering if that's something that would be cool." And I'm like, "Yeah, hell yeah, I'll figure something out." And then I think about it, and I got back to you not too long after, and I remembered that today is the 2-year anniversary of the public severance of Vic Mignogna from Funimation.
Y'all feel old yet? Jesus Christ, it's been 2 years.
2 years of this shit. And for those of you who are new here or who are just old enough to have forgotten, Cody is the guy who actually got me in touch with Vic. He was the one who's like, "Hey, man, you should reach out," gave me some contact info. I was able to get a hold of Vic that way. And it's his fault. Everything bad that has happened in your life is his fault. And so you should stop blaming me. I'm not signing the settlement checks. You can't sue me, but you can sue him. So.
There are several YouTubers right now that owe me residuals, I think.
But
you're
anyway,
welcome.
Speaking of which, where are people finding you right now? Is it still the website?
Yeah, animeoutsiders.com. We don't have much of a Twitter presence. I'll probably get into that later.
Okay.
We just haven't had a inkling to. We have a YouTube, but it's really just a shit posting channel. I don't know when the last time we put a video on it. Like we're not looking for YouTube bucks. It's just Anime Outsiders is a fun thing we do. It's animeoutsiders.com. It's just a website for people that hate anime journalists and just want a good anime site from people that are normal. So it's our little oasis from autism. So,
Yeah, and by the way, if you don't hate anime journalists, you are demonstrably incorrect. Like you are
yes.
not doing life correctly if you don't hate anime journalists. They are barely people. Actually, I don't think
And
they even are.
the jury's still out on that one.
Right.
And I also have my comics, which I'll probably be talking about near the end here. But the comics have been my all-consuming obsession lately. So.
Not near the end. We're going to do it in an hour because that's when there will be peak people here, and we're going to talk about some things today. That we're going to start with Vic. We're going to start with Vic and do a recap of this whole fiasco and remember why it started, where it started. Talk about how everything progressed, how it went. Talk about what's going on right now in the Vic case. I get asked about this every day. Still, and every time I'm like, stop asking me, stop it. And I have a fit. I cry. I weep in public. I spurg out. I do everything wrong. And I'm like, there's nothing happening right now. It's just the appeal. We're just waiting on the court. There's nothing that can happen. This is all the court. And I say it, and still every day someone comes back and they're like, hey, I haven't been able to tune in for a while. What's going on? So this will be the definitive update of what's going on with Vic. There's a really, really thin chance that there would be a live update. Oh, wait, no, there's not. Okay, so today's stuff is up. I was thinking that today's stuff would update around midnight, but apparently it is already up and there's no news. Here's what I actually texted Ty today. And I texted Ty and I said, if the Second Court of Appeals hates you, they will send down a decision against you in Vic's case today on the 2-year anniversary. Like, if they really hate you, Ty, they will have paid enough attention to know that today is the 2-year anniversary. They'll go, oh, February 11th, and we release on Thursdays. Oh, we'll bury that son of a bitch. But apparently they do not. So we will, we will not be having a live update of that tonight. That's probably great news. Because if it came out today, I would think that some horrific force was angled against everybody. But we'll give an update on that. And then I think we're going to move on and talk about other things. Like Vic was on the front edge of a wave of what people have really been waking up to over the past 2 years in specific. And it's not like Vic was the first guy. But I think for the anime community, Vic was a wake-up call because he was so prominent that a lot of people who weren't tuned into cancel culture type stuff saw what happened. And you know how I know this? You know how I really know this? It's because I've been covering a lot of political stuff, which I wasn't doing as much during the Vic thing. And now I'm seeing a bunch of people who started watching and following on Twitter while I was covering Vic stuff being really mad because they're liberal. and I am not. And that's fine. I don't have any purity testing or anything like that, but they're not happy about some of my takes and they're starting to let me know. And what? Oh. Okay. Hey, sorry, Cody. I have to go grab something real quick. There's a mild disaster in my house. Can you fill time? I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
Well, let me open your stream here, and I'll address chat. So you all have a chance to talk your shit, and I'll actually read it. All right, let's see here. So how y'all doing? Nick's got to deal with his family. Tell us how you feel about Hero. Hey, I don't have a lot of respect for him. Guy just records 10-minute videos about tweets with 4 ads slapped in there and really doesn't add any real meaningful commentary. I think I respect him a little more in that he actually did go through with debating me after the stream where I had my chimp out, but he didn't archive it, and like he used the words, "Yes, I am clickbaiting," and I just feel it's interesting that he didn't save an archive of that stream where he openly admitted that he's a clickbaiter. What do I think of Chercoon? Adorable. Look at him. You just want to give him a little pat on the head. Redo of Healer, edgy trash. Like, I get it. A lot of people are jumping on the bandwagon because it offends ANN. I get that. But on its own, it's just not good. If you want something like that, just watch Shield Hero. Redo of Healer just it feels like it was written by a guy that got dumped and never got over it.
How dare you besmirch the good name of Redo of Healer? You come into you come onto my house and you're like, "Oh, Redo of Healer, that's garbage." And I'm like, "No, don't you dare. Don't you dare." Well, listen. Redo of Healer has some things going for it, and we can talk about that in a little bit.
It doesn't. Redo of Healer has one thing going for it, and it makes the right people angry, which is great entertainment on Twitter, not great entertainment when the show is on.
I actually unironically enjoy the show. Not because it's what yeah, I'll share. I'm fine. Look. Not because it's well written or anything like that, but because of just the lunacy of what's going on. And there's something about anime that allows for lunacy to occur, and people are like, "Yes, I'm okay with this lunacy." And
I can respect
like
that.
Yeah.
I can respect that. I can respect that perspective.
There are a few other minor devices that I like, but see, I've been trying to tell people this lately, and I've been getting into a lot of fights with people. And people who I love, the chat who I love. I've been getting into a lot of fights with them over quality of storytelling arguments. And I was talking to you about this a little bit before stream, and that I've been arguing that all video game stories are bad. And
you're wrong.
We can get there later. But the reason I'm part of the reason I'm pointing this out is because storytelling doesn't have to be good for you to enjoy it. Technical acumen in anything doesn't have to be good for something to be enjoyable. There, you can find enjoyment in various places, and it's not singularly focused in a specific spot. So you can enjoy books that aren't good technically if they have something else that makes you happy about them. Same with movies, anime, and all that stuff. And that's where the video game thing is rooted. It's in liberating people from the idea that something has to be good, which lends us to apologize for things that aren't good because we like them. And so
I disagree because a lot of these stories, not all of them, there are many stories in games that are hot garbage, but there's a lot of stories in games that are objectively well told, oftentimes using the fact that it is a game to its advantage.
We'll get there. For now, you're wrong. And the best part is by the time we're about to get there, the stream will magically have a problem and we'll have to shut it down. So
look, I'm just saying there's one singular word that proves you wrong no matter how you try to spin it, and that word is Shadowbringers.
See, but I don't play that bad game.
It doesn't matter if you don't play that great game. It still exists and proves you wrong.
We'll get into this discussion because I think it's an important discussion for people to have, and I am willing to be the martyr who dies on the side of the correct argument.
Yeah, you can be my jobber to make me look good for your chat, sure.
But first we got to talk about Vic.
Yeah.
And how should we do this? I mean, what should we? Do you want to start? Oh, we also have to make fun of Sean Schemmel.
Of course, yeah.
Did you see what happened to Sean Schemmel the other day?
I did. I had a good giggle. I thought the raid was autistic as hell.
Yes, they are.
But his reaction, you know what it reminded me of? Chris Chan. Like, the guys that trolled Chris Chan were losers, but the results that came out of it. So, thank you, losers. Thank you for content.
I was in that crowd of losers, and I thought it was funny.
It's like, what? Like, to me, it's like, what's the point? like, yes, Sean Schimmel sucks. Literally everybody knows it. The
No, I didn't.
industry hates him. The only person that doesn't hate him is Chris Sabat, because he's useful to Chris Sabat.
Right.
Everybody hates him. Everybody knows he's a dickhead. It's like, yeah, okay, it was entertaining, but
The all I typed.
It felt like somebody wanted some clout. It felt like somebody wanted some clout.
All I typed in the chat on that raid was ISWV, right? Like that's it. And then I was banned, which is fine. And then it was like, okay, now I'm done with Sean Schimmel anyway.
Yeah.
And that was great.
Something like that's fine. But when I'm talking about like making this ever like, let's get the gang together and jump into Sean Schimmel's chat.
Sure.
That
yeah. No, and like I said, that's fine. I went in, typed it.
I feel like there's better targets than the guy that's already.
I think it was a target of opportunity, though. That was the thing, because it happened because Yellow Flash was live streaming. We're all on Yellow Flash's live stream, and he gets a notification that Sean Schimmel is streaming, and then he opens it up on the stream, and seriously, the first thing Sean is doing is talking about Vic. And it was like, before anybody went in his chat or anything like that. And it was like, this is what you're doing? Like, you're on Twitch. Why are you talking about Vic now? Like, why is that a thing for you?
Because he's always, like, it's not even a now. This dude has always had it out for Vic.
Yeah.
Since before Kick Vic. This guy has had a behind the scenes one-man feud. I say one-man because Vic could care less. But Sean Schimmel has had a one-man feud with Vic Mignogna going on in his head because Sean Schimmel had fucking parents that were Catholic and made him get up early on Sunday to go to church when he wanted to sleep in and watch cartoons, and he never got over it as a 40-year-old man.
That's so embarrassing.
It's because of that, now he hates Vic Mignogna because Vic Mignogna says, I love Jesus. And then he just hears his parents, like an echoing voice in the back of his head, like something on TV where the camera zooms in on him and like the echoey, like, get up, Sean, it's time to get up for church. You can sleep on the car ride. Just get up for church. And he just like snaps.
Yeah.
So he's going to keep talking about Vic for the rest of his life. That's who Sean Schimmel is.
It's so dumb because Vic isn't even Catholic. Like, he doesn't have.
It doesn't matter. Vic likes Jesus. It's all the same to Sean Schimmel.
Vic doesn't have stained glass windows on his car.
He has a Sean Schimmel brain.
He's not walking around praying the rosary. None of that's happening. So Sean needs to get over that anyway. Look, all of our Catholic parents woke us up on Sunday, and if you couldn't pretend to be asleep and get to stay in the car like the rest of us, that's because you're a shit actor, Sean. And you. Because I spent my share of Sundays still in the car. Right? Oh, he's asleep. We don't want to bring him in. If we bring him in, he's going to bitch and complain. Like, oh, yeah, I'm asleep. If you can't manage that, then you're not good enough, and you shouldn't be in anime.
You need to fight it more. I remember my mother tried to get me more religious growing up for a time, and I just made Sunday morning church so difficult, I got her to give up. Like, you know what? Fuck it. Let him sleep. I'm not taking him. And it's like, yeah, you won. No, by all means.
Yeah, it's like I said, if you
obviously you didn't fight hard enough.
Most of the time, your parents don't want to drag your ass to church anyway. It's like a low bar to victory. It's like you have to just put up enough resistance where they're like, God, this is annoying. This is annoying. I could listen to like John Hagee or something on the radio. I don't have to go to church today. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do.
It's interesting because when you think about it, a lot of people that grow up resenting Christianity, that tends to be the case a lot of the time. They're resentful of their Christian parents. And it would have been so easy for most of them to fight that. And then they grow up to basically be NPCs. So if anything, their childhood failure is indicative of the adult they would go on to become, bitter and obedient for the rest of their life.
Yes.
Bitter, obedient, and weak.
But so we'll probably have to go back and talk about Sean in a little bit too. But the focus of this, at least the intro here is Vic. And so I don't know, maybe we should just walk through kind of the story of what happened.
Okay.
Do you want to take the reins on that? I mean, you
I
are.
think I can a little bit because I could take it back way before even our first live stream. One of
Let's
the things,
do that because
yeah,
Cody has knowledge that goes far beyond my own about the origins of this shit.
yeah. So one of the things we would do a lot on the AO Twitter was we really wanted to get the word out about the state of the anime industry, the companies and the actors, because a lot of people forget for most of the lifespan of the anime dub industry, voice actors were revered to a pathetic degree. If you've anyone who's been to a convention before the Kick Vic thing and been to a voice actor panel has known true cringe, has just
Yes.
seen the that's why a lot of people don't realize that's why voice actors are the way they are now. And it's largely the fans' fault. It's not entirely, but they've just been, it's like is pumping that shit in their heads, just expanding over the years. So one of the things that we were trying to get the word out about was Vic, because this guy has been railroaded for years for a multitude of reasons. It's like a perfect storm of shit all on this one guy. But there were rumors about him for many, many years. And a lot of people cited the fact that these rumors existed and for how long they existed as proof that they must be true. But rumors that he was homophobic, rumors that he was a psychotic Christian, rumors that he was a sex pest. Most of these stemmed from, there's like three, we're going to put aside like jealousy, we're going to put aside all that stuff. These three sort of root causes. One, not just jealousy, but it was his success because he was the guy to take down for a lot of the other people in the industry.
Right.
Because if he was at the top, they couldn't be. That was number one. Number two, because he was Christian conservative, not only did that ruffle their feathers politically, which wasn't really as much of a factor later on, but it also ruffled the feathers of like yaoi fangirls because they wanted him to feed into. A lot of people don't realize yaoi fangirls, especially back in the day.
Let's define yaoi fangirls. Okay, so
basically unattractive or mentally unstable teenage to young adult women that are really, really into girly-looking anime men being gay for each other.
Yeah, you went to define the girls themselves, which is acceptable. What I was talking about, yaoi, in case you don't know what yaoi art is it's to take two, well, this isn't, shipping is to do this, but basically they take two characters who are male and they effeminize them and make them into a gay couple.
You're sort of right. It is a specific thing, and it's got a whole history to it, but it is a genre. It's also it comes from a greater thing called shonen ai, which is literally boy love. And it's straight up like they look girly and they act effeminate in a gay relationship. That's yaoi. And then it spread because you would have anime has a lot of pretty boys in it. And then these girls would be like, okay, but what if pretty boy put it in other pretty boy's penis? But pretty boy's not gay in the show. He's gay in my mind. That
right.
Yaoi.
Yeah, that's the trick. And this is where Vic ran into trouble is some of these people would do fan art where they would take two non-gay characters, sometimes siblings, which is weird, and they would put them into a gay relationship. Think Sam and Dean from Supernatural. If women love Sam and Dean because they're handsome men, and then they anime-ize Sam and Dean into effeminate handsome men, and then they make them gay together and ignore the fact that they're brothers. This would be the pinnacle of degeneracy. But so people would bring... Right, used to be. Then furries were invented. No, I'm just kidding.
More than that now. Furries are old hat now.
Right, true. Furries look normal. No, so then what would happen is they would do this. They would make fan art of this and bring it to a convention, hoping that someone who voiced one of these characters would sign their yaoi art. And Vic, on a couple occasions, did not. He said, I don't sign non-canonical art or something like that.
It wasn't just that. It was a couple conventions too where he actually spoke about it on the panel. You can actually find video of these. They're from 2006 2006, 7, 8, 9, somewhere in there, latter half of the 2000s, where he basically said he wasn't cool with it because he thought it disrespected the creators, not because he hated gay people, but because the characters aren't gay. If the writer didn't write the character as gay and you're just making them gay for your own fantasies, that's disrespectful to the character and the author. That was Vic's position on it.
Sure.
Well, yaoi fangirls, I mean, they morphed into Tumblr, so you can kind of figure out what they tend to do when you tell them no. And they began spreading, basically like high school mean girl shit. They started spreading rumors about Vic, and the rumors they'd spread were so cartoonish. I cannot believe anyone was dumb enough to think they were real. There was one story where supposedly someone had like, Mr. Mignogna, sir, could you please sign my art of Edward and Roy Mustang giving each other a little kiss on the cheek? And he allegedly took the pen and threw like, get out of my face, and threw the pen at the person's face. Like, oh no.
Yes.
And the parents have come to console them, and it's all very dramatic. But totally 100% real. Please believe me. Source dude, trust me.
Yeah, and no one else until this random story on a Tumblr blog somewhere came up. No one who was at this convention with thousands of people saw it, encountered it, even though it would have happened at his table. Like nobody knew about this, and people are like, "Oh, weird."
And then so that was the caliber of the rumors about Vic that were spreading at the time. So this would happen, like it would come in waves, and I think this is why Vic initially didn't do anything about what eventually blew up. Was he thought this was another one, because the rumors would come, the rumors would go, and then they would. So he, I guess he thought this would happen again. So one of the things we would often find ourselves doing on the AO Twitter was we'd bring up Vic Mignogna, and then they would someone say, I heard this, and we'd have to say, no, it's because the guy's Christian and they don't like that, and it's mean girl, creepy girl shit. And then this shit happened, and immediately we knew this is another one. Like it reeked of the same fucking CW drama tier writing as the old rumors, like with like Vic, he lured me into an elevator and then he pinned me against the wall. It read like these chicks fucking Jill off fantasies, right? Like it was the most bullshit sound, and we were like, yeah, of course this is bullshit. But then it started blowing up. The other voice actors were starting to get into it now, and this was recently after the Broken Staircase list came out and then this first attempt at I think it was the guy that owns Anime News Network. Yeah. For those who don't know about Broken Staircase, there is a hit list online. I don't remember who wrote it, but it's been adopted by quite a few people. It's called Fixing the Broken Staircase. It's written as if it's like, we need to do something about the state of this industry, these terrible people. In reality, it's a hit list. And the guy that runs ANN, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he's a cunt. Yeah, he was at the top of that list. He's terrible. Yeah, he was at the top of that list, and they tried on him. He essentially he towed the progressive line in the speeches, and showing his fealty to the church, and so they backed off him. Well, number 2 on that list was one Vic Mignogna. Mm-hmm. Guess who they came after the ANN guy? Vic Mignogna. So It was obvious from the get-go what was going on. We were trying to get the word out there. It was basically AO and the Risen Bull Rangers were out there spreading as much as we could. And then Nick got word of it and invited me on, because I had been on like I think 5 times previously, something like that. Yeah, you've been on quite a bit. Yeah, so I was like, you know about this. You've been talking about this. And you invited me, Yellow Flash, someone else. I think there was another person, and to talk about this. And when we were doing the DM. It was Gator. That was it. Yep. I'm surprised I forgot, man. Sorry, Gator. Rude. When we were doing DMs, I was like, hey, maybe you should get in touch with Vic. See if you could have him on. And I'm going to admit this. I had ulterior motives, because I remember when you first had me on over the Tara Strong thing. You said, like, if she actually goes through with it, I can hook you up with somebody that can help you out. And I was like, thank you. But I was like, wait a minute, like, shot in the dark, Hail fucking Mary. Maybe he could do it, because Vic, we were talking about litigation. Vic was clearly going to waffle. I could smell it on him. So I was like, maybe Nick can hook him up with somebody, or at least talk him into not waffling, even if he's not on the show. I don't know. So I threw. So I like.
You are doing what you're doing right now is funny because I'm going to have to explain that what you were hoping to do didn't actually occur in the way that you're saying, because people are going to take this as Nick convinced Vic to sue, and
Yeah,
Nick
no,
and I did not. I have maintained the entire time that was not my role. Vic had already hired counsel, and I did not solicit him in any way. So I just want that to be very clear. And I
yeah,
know you're telling your side of the story, but I have to make that clear because this has been something that people have been lying about for the past 2 years.
mhm. Yeah,
Vic
no,
Vic had already hired counsel prior to me even reaching out to him to invite him on the show. And my opening communication with him is, I am not soliciting you to be an attorney. I just happen to be an attorney with a YouTube show, and I'm inviting you to come on my show.
yeah.
That's it.
But my hope was, because I was hoping he would come on the show, but my backup hope was maybe he knows someone to help Vic. Again, that was my logic. It was a Hail Mary pass. And now I am a firm believer in the butterfly effect. Because look what that fucking Hail Mary pass fucking snowballed into. Jesus Christ.
Yes, and I can fill in story on what happened there as well.
Yeah.
Without getting too detailed into it. I invited Vic on the show. I told him exactly what it was. I said, we got a panel of guys. Many of them are very familiar with your work. I'm not, and would love to have you come on and just talk about this if you want. However, if you're concerned at all about, anything, don't feel obligated to come on, right? Like, just don't come on if you think it's going to mess with your stuff, because that was not the goal. It was just, if he wanted, I wanted to let him know there are a bunch of people who are asking about it, and there would be a panel of people who would, basically say, hey, we like you, we support you, and all this stuff. And he did decline to come on. I mean, that's obviously he's never been on the show, so he declined to come on, thanked me, and then after that show, at some point reached out, and that is where things will get less specific, but basically ended up with a referral to Ty Beard. And so that is kind of the genesis of that sort of story. But this was an interesting time. Things moved really quickly. This was all like exactly 2 years ago, I think, that we were having that panel discussion. Was, I believe, no, it wasn't the 11th. I think we had it on the 14th. Do you remember?
I can't remember. Honestly, I didn't even remember that it was today. I thought it was later in the year.
Well, this was the day that Funimation tweeted that they were severing ties with Vic Mignogna, which was the 11th. And so I believe it happened on the 11th. I think on the 12th, I had Doug TeNapel on my show, and we talked about it. And then I think Friday, the 14th, was the panel discussion that we had. So I think that's how that timeline worked out.
Yeah, like I said, I can't remember the exact date. I just remember the events. I remember the DM conversation. I didn't remember. I thought, honestly, again, I thought it was like a November, December, but I think that's when the actual events started to unfold, was later in the year, and then in the beginning of the next, we were on
December,
screen.
the Broly premiere was where things kind of really started rumbling behind the scenes, and then they
Okay, so
blew up in
December.
January. And then the 11th was when the public termination occurred.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So my calendar's all off then. I thought the Broly premiere was like September or some shit.
Someone said that I didn't do a social media post. I actually did do a social media post about this live stream
I retweeted it.
on Twitter and on Minds and on Gab and on the Fediverse.
You're on Minds? I gotta follow you on Minds.
Yes, please do. I'm trying to get enough people to follow me on Minds and Gab and the Fediverse that I can get rid of Twitter and never post there again. I hate it.
Real talk. Move to Minds, people. Mines is where the fun people are going. Now, don't move to Mines to go bitch about SJWs. That's not what we're doing over Mines. Mines is where we're having fun again like we used to when Twitter started.
Yeah. Go to Minds, go to whatever alternative media you like. If you show up on Minds, Gab, or the Fediverse, I'm on all three. And do that though. But get yourself off of Twitter. It's nothing but a cesspool of depression. But yeah, I did make the social media post there. Although I made posts about Trump's impeachment today, which means my social media posts today on Twitter are all shadow banned, and I'm not even kidding. They are suppressed. I don't even see them when I pull up my profile. I have to go specifically to the tweet. Like, I'm not getting notifications when people like or share or post my stuff. I have to go find them myself. That's how bad Twitter is. I'm being algorithmically suppressed from seeing my own tweets. God. But Vic is actually, so this all blows up on the 11th. Anime News Network actually did an article previewing that this was happening on the 5th of February. And then it was the 11th where Funimation made their public tweet. And it was shortly thereafter that things really kind of collapsed in. But Vic had already been experiencing this personally since, as court documents have revealed, around January 27th, I think, or 29th, he was actually terminated. So he was terminated at the end of January, publicly in February, and then that's when the war began. and it was at first. I mean, it was a bitter conflict, right? Like,
yeah,
people factionalized out real quick, and lots of accounts got banned from Twitter because of the vitriol going back
including
and
us
forth
several times.
Yep. I'm still permanently banned from Twitter, so that was nice. Thank you to all the fat people who reported me for calling someone a mutant. But yeah, so then we do the panel discussion, and like I said, at some point I make the referral to Ty Beard, and this all happens very quickly. By February 19th, I had set up a GoFundMe for Vic, and I had set up that GoFundMe because a billion people asked me how they could help Vic Mignogna. And I had watched Richard Meyer, who was Diversity in Comics. I had watched him set up a legal defense GoFundMe, or actually, technically, Ethan Van Sciver set it up for him, and for his lawsuit against Mark Waid. I said, I bet I could set something like this up for Vic, and so I did. I did that. And then I think it was the next day, Vic tweeted that it was real because people said it was fake. He said it is real. He's never asked anyone to contribute. That was all me. But he did acknowledge that it was a real thing that was set up, so people knew it wasn't a scam. And then that has been the source of the most butthurt I have seen online ever. This GoFundMe. Like, I've seen people get mad over shit, but that has been the single biggest source of anger that I have ever seen. And I love it.
Well, because it was a barometer of basically the opposition. It was showing that despite the fact that they wanted you to believe this story, it was like a numerical value of no. And that's what really pissed him off.
And it was a fast growing numerical value. And again, full disclosure on this, if you're an old hat around here, you know this story. I have not received a penny of GoFundMe money. I have not received any money from Ty, from Vic, from the GoFundMe. I have not received a penny. All money I have made related to the Vic lawsuit really came from people watching, super chatting. It's all through YouTube and Streamlabs. That's it. No one has paid me anything. I would not ever take any money like that, for one thing. For another thing, I didn't have the ability to, because the money could never come to me. So it didn't even pass through my hands. It's all done GoFundMe and directly into an IOLTA account, even though I've been accused several times of wire fraud, and apparently I'm stealing the money to go live in the Caribbean or something, which is great. But no, no, that is not a real thing.
I know.
But
I think if you were stealing money to live in the Caribbean, you'd be in the Caribbean by now and not still staying in Minnesota.
it is -5 is the high tomorrow.
Jesus
I
Christ.
would not be in this hellhole if I was stealing the money. Oh my God. But no, it was a ludicrous assertion from the start, and it shows, in a lot of ways, it shows kind of where people are when they think, oh man, stealing this GoFundMe would be like the real windfall. It's like, I mean, it'd be a good year. Don't get me wrong. Like that'd be a nice amount of income, but it wouldn't last. It's not like you could retire on that much money. But
Yeah.
but anyway, so the GoFundMe was set up by, I believe, February 19th. And that thing has been just great. But you're right. It was a numerical representation of this growing group of people who did not believe what was being said about Vic. And no matter what the people who were accusing him or flat out defaming him online would say, that number grew and their own numbers shrank. And they felt the pinch really, really fast on social media. They were popular the first day they tweeted about it and then never after. And that has been great.
Yep. And you can see just it's hurt their careers as much as it's hurt Vic's, because Vic still has work, just not in anime anymore.
Right.
At least for now. I still believe he will be back in the future. And it's going to be a big deal.
Well,
but
Doug TenNapel has announced a small project with Vic,
cool.
where it's like it's an animated thing. I know that Doug, I was on a live stream with him. The money, like literal cash, was delivered by the producer to Doug's house to get the project started. So I believe that they're working on that.
That's kick-ass.
Yeah, an animated short. And there is opportunity for him. But you know what? I want to bring this up because I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
But I want to bring this up because it's right on point. You said Vic still has work, just not in anime. I want to point out that in 2020, Vic, I believe, was the most booked anime voice actor at conventions in 2020.
I think you're right. Yeah. Just by noticing how often his Twitter, and it stands out in 2020 considering how much was closed. It's like, I'm appearing here. I'm appearing here. I'm appearing here. It's like,
yes. Right. So there is that. He was the most booked anime voice actor at conventions in 2020. That may actually carry through 2021. The funniest part of all this is the convention.
Empty lines for them, because that was pretty funny.
Empty lines are funny. With 2021, there are a lot of anime conventions who will not survive. Like 2019 was the last show they got to do forever. I believe SakuraCon is on the chopping block. These are not little shows. I think they've already canceled Anime Expo this year. Akon, I think, is canceled this year. So those shows are the types of shows run by the types of people who are not going to hire Vic, and we're going to hire people like Monica and Jamie Markey, Chris Sabat, and those conventions aren't running. And I find that to be just that makes me really happy.
Sweet, juicy justice.
Oh yeah, so Anime Boston is already canceled. Here's the crazy thing. From what I know right now, Anime Matsuri is on this year. It's set for July in Houston, and with literally every other big show canceled, Anime Matsuri might just be an explosive convention in the best way, not in the terrorist way. And so Vic is, I believe, already scheduled to be there. I believe I will be there, and I strongly encourage people to go.
Wish I could go.
Why can't you?
Distance. It's far from me.
Have you heard of a plane?
I ain't going on no damn plane.
Have you heard of a car or a bus?
I ain't driving that far. I don't like to travel. It is not an enjoyable experience for me. The most I'll travel is a few hours to see like somebody. like be it family or whoever, a few hours is my limit. And I used to go on planes all the time as a kid. I was a frequent unaccompanied minor, but then the culture of planes changed between 9/11 and COVID. Fuck planes. I don't want to touch a plane for like 10 years.
Maybe I'll have to have someone just abduct you. I'll use the
But, hey,
GoFundMe
if
money.
I'm knocked out and I wake up at the convention, I'm fine with it. If I don't have to go journey, I'm fine with it.
I'll call Bill Cosby.
I don't look.
We
Well,
can get you.
I'm
We
male,
can
so
get Cody knocked out. So anyway, but if you guys are out there in convention land, if that's something that you like to do, I mean, Vic's going to be at a convention in New Jersey, I think in the next week or two. So that's an opportunity, but, definitely check out Anime Matsuri. That'll be a great thing.
As a convention, you tend to survive when you give the people visiting your convention what they want.
Yes. And that's two things. One, actually being open. And there are ways to observe social distancing and keep people safe and have, hand sanitizer and stuff like that. And to work with your local governments to make it help. I mean, if that's what you're into, those conventions are still happening when they do those things. So one, having the convention. Two, having the right guests. And Vic is a guest that has always done well, even through all of this stuff. He has done well, and that's because of you guys, of course. That's really what's making it happen.
So thank you, everybody.
But anyway, so what happens next is a whirlwind for me. I don't remember the timeline of events very well from February to April. But long story short, that's when the kind of war begins. I create the GoFundMe. People are having an absolute fit about the GoFundMe, about the idea that Vic would sue anybody. He was supposed to roll over and die, and then he didn't, and this made people really, really mad. And I'll say it again. When I say they wanted him to roll over and die, they meant literally. Anybody who has gotten to know Vic knows how much value he places on his ability to meet people. I think he considers it part of his personal ministry. I mean, he is an extremely devout Christian, and I think he views this as an opportunity to actually reach out to people and offer positivity and encouragement. It's why you don't see him out there slamming people and making fun of people. You don't see that. You don't see bitterness coming out of him, really. You see encouragement, light, and positivity. And that's because I think he sees it as his responsibility to be that way. So when these people tried to cut him off from that for their own petty reasons, and each of their reasons is individually petty, I think they knew exactly what they were doing, and they knew the real risk that posed to damage him in a real way, not just economically. And if Ron wants to sue me over that, well, that's Ron's prerogative. But I fully believe that Ron and Monica were content to allow Vic to literally die as a result of this.
It really is almost impressive how sociopathic the both of them are. Especially for Monica to buddy up to him for years and then pull that shit. Like, there's a reason, Monica, that the fandom at large has tossed you in the trash. The only reason you get work is because of people you know. Because no one in the actual audience wants you in the production. It is astounding to me that anyone could even delude themselves into thinking that you are in any position to have any kind of high ground on anything. It's impressive. As a writer, you are an impressive villain. If you were a fictional character, I would have to applaud the writer for having crafted you. But unfortunately for the rest of us, you're fucking real. And we have to breathe your fucking oxygen. You and your fucking little minion that looks like an infant with a painted on beard. You deserve each other because you're both pond scum.
Oh my gosh. Um, uh, there's apparently I'm supposed to read a super chat about Erica McCord here. Or no, I'm supposed to read a different super chat. But Erica McCord apparently posted DMs from Faisal on Twitter saying Vic was not banned and that Stan had returned. Oh, here we go. Here's her link. I'll get this pulled up. Let's see. Here, have some receipts. Here's the owner of said con stating that Stan resigned, not fired. Oh, okay. So these are old ones. These are way back. Gotcha. All right. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that a little later. But yes, I do believe that many of these people actually wanted Vic to literally die because that makes an accusation very, very convenient when someone can't fight back. But Vic did fight back. And somewhere just after April 15th, I think it might have been April 19th, somewhere around there is when Vic filed his lawsuit. And then, oh my God, things got even crazier. That was a nutty month. But long story short, Vic sued 4 of his accusers. He sued Jamie Markey, Monica Rial, Ron Toye, the gross little goblin, and Funimation, his former employer. He sued them all on the same basic theory for all of them: defamation, tortious interference with existing contracts, tortious interference with prospective business relations, and conspiracy, which kind of was an all-encompassing thing. So that occurred. And then I guess the thing to kind of go through here is the lawsuit went through a bunch of stuff. It was a very active lawsuit. Most of the time, you file a lawsuit, there's a quick flurry of activity, there's several months of nothing, and then there's a flurry of activity when the court actually starts to hear the case. This case had activity from day one through the TCPA hearing. So this, which was in September, I believe. And so we had several months of motion practice and going back and forth. And anytime there was anything missing from the lawsuit, this weird group of people was content to be active on Twitter because this was their bullhorn to the world. Twitter was their support group. I'm talking about the voice actors the voice actors, voice actresses at first, and then of course Law Twitter chimed in as well.
I think we call them Law Twitter like they're actual lawyers. Like I guarantee you, having essentially lean more into streaming than practice as you have, I guarantee you still have more law work than these people do.
Many of them. The thing with Law Twitter is that it's really easy to go on and say you're a lawyer or to just not say anything. And so a lot of these people literally are not lawyers, which is not a problem. Being a lawyer is a bad thing. Lawyers are terrible people. They don't have souls. They eat babies. All of the bad things you've ever heard about lawyers are true. All of them. So you shouldn't be ashamed to not be a lawyer. You should be ashamed to be one. That being said, many of these people like have a fetish for law. And so they like orbit around these people because they're on Twitter and they're like, oh yes, their legal takes are great. Often they're lacking. But they act as a collective. And because they act with this sort of, because it's the same type of mentality of people going together, they get this amplifying effect and they seem more important than they are. But you will find that very often they are not correct. Now, occasionally you can find correct opinions from Law Twitter. This is not a genetic fallacy thing where they're wrong because they're Law Twitter. It's just that a lot of times they happen to get something not right, and that's fine. Lawyers can have things not right. The other thing lawyers can do is disagree about how something should be. And this is something that they literally do not understand. This is the autism of Law Twitter, is that they get myopically focused on their opinions being correct. And if you disagree, which people are lawyers, disagreement is pretty common. But if you disagree, you're somehow automatically wrong. And that is simply not true. That is a huge distinction between them and people who practice. Is when you're a practicing lawyer, you typically are disagreeing with someone on every case. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a case. But yeah, so this goes on through September, and then it's important to be very, very clear about what happens. Vic loses at the TCPA stage. The TCPA is a Texas anti-SLAPP stage. A SLAPP is a strategic lawsuit against public participation. A TCPA motion says that the motion claims that the underpinning lawsuit is invalid because it is frivolous and it is designed to silence the free speech rights of a speaker. So they were able to win there. Does it actually mean the lawsuit is frivolous and designed that way? No. What it means is that they were able to win that motion, and that motion means that the lawsuit is done at the lower court level. So Vic actually did lose at that stage. Some people are still confused and think that that didn't happen. It very much did, which I find to be unfortunate because I fully believe Vic's claim has plenty of merit. I think they unequivocally defamed him. I think they ruined his business prospects. And I don't think... What?
Honestly, I think the judge just didn't want to deal with it. I think he's just like, this, especially as it was getting attention. And supposedly this judge had just come back from, what was it? Like some decision that was like humiliated him. I think it was like what was it? Like the Texas Supreme Court or something overturned a decision of his or something.
Yeah, there was that. The other thing that happened was he had just recently found out he was not going to be appointed to the appellate court. There's an appellate court opening and the governor can appoint you. Otherwise, it's an elected position. When you get an emergency appointment to the appellate court, you serve out the rest of the term, but then you run again as the incumbent. So instead of running as the incumbent in the appellate court, he would have to run the regular campaign. And he got destroyed in that campaign.
Right. I remember that. Yeah. So you had all this shit with this guy, and this case now was looming, and it had all this attention to it. Guarantee he's just like, I can't. No, I can't. I just can't. You all just deal with it. He said like literally deal with it in appeals.
Yep.
Like,
all this attention. It's a Me Too case. One of his and it's being reported in the local paper. And the local paper in Fort Worth is not a small paper. So it's all this attention. It's a Me Too case, and he's running against a woman for judge.
So basically, he's a good old Republican because he's a coward.
That very well could be. And I was present at the hearing, and I can't speak to anything other than what I saw at that hearing was not a normal hearing, and it was not the normal conduct of what I would consider a judge. I've been before plenty of judges, and none of them acted in the way he did. He looked flushed. He looked flustered. I don't know if he was personally disturbed. I genuinely don't know. I'm not trying to badmouth him. The entire hearing felt weird, and there were several people who were with me at the time who can attest to me saying the exact same thing that day that I'm saying today. It felt very strange. It didn't feel like it was being run properly, and he looked out of it and ready to leave. Now, just a few weeks prior, he had talked about he was ready to hear that case out for the duration, that he would read every single page that was submitted, and that he would be ready to take that case to task. That changed dramatically on the day. He couldn't get out of that courtroom fast enough. And the entire TCPA case was done before lunch. And people were sitting there, we were stunned by how that went down. It was a mess. It was a mess. But that is sometimes how it goes. And there are plenty of people who will assert the legal reasons why that is the correct decision. I will humbly say I disagree with many of those legal reasons, but that doesn't make them invalid. It doesn't make them invalid. But I disagree with them. I do believe that that Vic was improperly dealt with. So what happens next is what happens when you lose a case at the lower court stage and you want to move on with the case is you file an appeal. Vic filed an appeal. And on September 22nd of last year, so we're talking another year has gone by since the initial court hearing. which I think was September 9th.
Can I just say, I
Yeah.
remember when this started and you tried to warn people this shit is slow, and they didn't believe you because this one ended up not being slow. Now they're going to have to learn to believe you because the appeals case is going exactly as slow as you said the first case was going to go.
Right. Right. And I have to stress, the way Vic's case played out was very abnormal. Now, I was not surprised by the amount of stuff that Vic and his lawyers were doing. They clearly had made a conscious decision to be relatively public about the case. And I think that was the right decision, because I think the publicity of the case cemented a group of people who had the opportunity to follow along and continue believing in Vic without being fed a narrative by some random one-off reports from Anime News Network. And by the way, go review Anime News Network's reporting on Vic's case, and you will find, first of all, a conscious absence of reporting over most of it, because most of it was unfavorable. They only reported when they got the news that they, quote unquote, wanted. And so people had the opportunity to examine this for themselves because this thing was out there in the public. Vic's team was pretty open about everything. And a lot of it happened here on this show. So with that, people were able to follow along. But a lot of stuff happened from Vic's team. That wasn't surprising. What was surprising was eventually the other side, who was very quiet at first, they started responding with a lot of publicity and a lot of motion practice and things that seemed to be geared towards being public. And that is what made the case just have something happening all the time. But then once that bit was over and the appeal started, there has been very, very quiet on that front. And it is much more normal.
Yeah.
Now,
and also they wanted a cut of that GoFundMe. They saw that number going, like, as much as the what I said before about the numerical value of no, but there was also an element of, can we get that though? Because they wanted that, but they saw that money, the Vic's case again, like, but I want it. That's a big number with a dollar sign in front of it, and I want it.
Yes, and we saw that before Jay Sean Lemoyne had privated his Twitter. I think it might be on private now. I don't actually check. But
Check that. I hope it for his sake that it's still private.
I think he might. Let's see. Text anti-slap or something like that.
I guess you could, if it's not private, I feel like people are going to descend on it like a swarm of some kind of small blood-sucking insect, prone to carrying diseases.
I can't find. Oh, I'm blocked. That's why I can't find it. So I don't know. I don't know if it's private or not. So
that's the other thing that private windows are for, besides the obvious.
Yeah. No, I'm like, I swear I could find, but I was just searching and I wasn't thinking about that. But anyway, the thing with, where were we? Oh yes, they wanted the GoFundMe money. He was tweeting about the GoFundMe number every single day, and all of him and then the Law Twitter orbiters all for some reason thought the judge was going to award GoFundMe money to the defendants, which was just ridiculous. Is frankly a nonsensical premise, and everybody who thought that should be ashamed of themselves. That wasn't going to happen. That's not how these things work. Aquila tried the same thing against Sargon and got BTFO'd in court over that as well. That's just not how litigation funding functions in reality. So, but the appeals were taken up by the appeals court on September 22nd of 2020. And now from that date, we are waiting for an answer, whatever it may be. But and that answer could be positive for Vic and very, I hate to say it, but I've said this the whole time. Appeals are an uphill battle, and there's a very real chance that they will come back negatively for Vic. But I always want to couch that with something simple. That does not mean that the lawsuit was not worth it, was not good, was not beneficial for Vic. Because I truly believe that he is in a better place today than he was when he was fired. And I truly believe he's in a better place today than he would have been if he had not fought.
I wholeheartedly agree. And that was, I'm just satisfied in that the one thing when this started, when we were pushing it on Twitter and when I was bugging you and everything. Like, all I wanted out of this whole thing was to just help Vic, because what was happening to him, I mean, it's an understatement to say, but there's no better word to say. It was wrong. It was absolutely wrong, and it pissed me off.
Right.
And I'm content with the fact that, as in terms of my role in things, that's why I never really felt the need to capitalize on it or start a YouTube channel or any of that shit.
Wait a minute.
I did what I could, and it helped, and then he's been helped, so I'm good, and I'm happy. I would be happier if, these people got served legally, and but even then, you heard Sean Schimmel in that stream where he spurged out. Like, he hasn't worked in months. Like, these people, they put up a front, but it's kind of obvious it hurt them probably more than it hurt Vic. Definitely more than it hurt Vic.
Yeah, I think so. We saw it. Their lines decreased. It's all, this is their fault, by the way. And we're gonna get to super chats in just a second. Sorry, I know there's a bunch waiting. I just wanted to get this story out. This is their fault. No one I know. I didn't do it. You didn't do it. Tug didn't do it. Yellow Flash didn't do it. No one I know said, you know what? You need to go hate these people. You need to go remove your funding from them. Don't go visit them. For me, I can confidently say I said the opposite. I said, if you like Monica Rial, go to her line. If you like Jamie Markey, go to her line. I said, this dispute is between them, and if you still like them, go support their work. I will always tell people to go support an artist's work. Now, what they said, in contrast to that, was, you like Vic? We hate you. You're a bigot. You hate women. We don't want your time. We don't want your attention. We don't want your money. We're calling the FBI. Like, that was... You have to contrast those two messages. Now, I made fun of these people. I called them fat. They still are. I called them ugly. Yeah. They're ugly inside and out. I called them broke. They still are. I don't like them. I think they're garbage. I think they're trash people. And I still want to see them ground into dust because I think that's what they deserve. But what I mean by that is I want the court system to bury them in their own actions. But that being said, notice the difference. I think they're terrible. I think they're trash. I still say, if you like them, go support them. What they say is, if you like Vic, you're supporting misogyny, you're supporting all sorts of awful things. And those are the two. That's the difference between this. I can have personal animus towards someone and not wish them dead. They can't. They can't do that. And so they shut off their own audiences. When people asked for answers and for understanding, they answered with vitriol, hatred, and disgust, and they burned every bridge that they have.
Well, to them, all I have to say is this. All you stupid sons of bitches had to do was go, like the rest of us do every day, go to work with a guy you didn't like. That's all you had to do, was just tolerate that you had a coworker that you just can't stand, like the fucking rest of us do. But you thought you were so special that you could just, get this distasteful thing out of my sight. And look where it fucking got you. You're over. You're done. Even if you have work, your careers will never be the same again. And unlike Vic, who people will flock to, people are running from you. And you know as well as I do, as well as all these people watching do, we know you get most of your money from this other shit. We know the money you get from conventions, appearances, and autographs and all this shit make up a huge chunk of your payroll. We know what this did to you. And we're smiling about it because you brought it on yourself, because you're such bad people. And all you had to do, your all of your finances and your career would still be where it was. You would still be fine if you could just suck it up and deal with the Christian boomer. And you couldn't do it. And now it's all coming down, and you hate to see it.
You hate to see it. The worst part about it is They had to lie to do it. Like that's something that can't be understated. So you're phrasing it correctly, but in a particular way. All you had to do was go to work. But what their lie will be is, well, we couldn't because we were in danger. This is belied lie. This is belied by the fact that they didn't bring any of this up for 10 years. They didn't act on any of it. They never acted like they were ever bothered. They were all fine because it didn't happen. Because it didn't happen, they were able to tolerate the intolerable because it was fiction. That's an important thing to remember, so that when they do this and when they say, we couldn't just go to work with him, you literally did for 10 years, not just go to work with him. You were his friend. You were his friend. So even accepting, if you accept their premise as true, that he is this awful person, that he did do these things, then you have to say, but then you lied for a decade to everybody. Like, that's your alternative here, guys. It's like either they're lying now or they've literally been lying forever, which if they've been lying forever, you have no reason to believe them now anyway. They set this up in the worst possible way because, well, I mean, that's what happens when you have to rely on fiction.
Mm-hmm.
And they deserve what they reap. Wait, they reap what they sow? They deserve what they sow?
They reap what they sow, and they deserve what they get.
Yeah. I'm like the guy in Boondock Saints, right? The guy with Tourette's who can't get his metaphor. He mixes them all up all the time. Yeah, that's it. But you get what you deserve on this, and what they have planted, what they have sown, and what they have reaped is an exodus from their prestige and popularity, and they thrive on it. That is their lifeblood, and it's been great.
I guess a big reason we haven't really revived the AO Twitter was if a big mission. The AO Twitter, aside from advertising anytime AO updated with a new article or review or whatever, was twofold: to make fun of people because that's funny, and to get the word out about the way the anime industry and anime journalism is and everything like that. Mission 2 is accomplished. There's no need to do that anymore. It'd be redundant at this point. Everybody knows that the voice actors have lost their fucking minds, and everybody knows that places like ANN are a joke, and that Crunchyroll is a scam, and then all these places are trash. Like, and I'm very happy for that, because I can finally rest. I can finally.
Well, that's been the amazing thing. So first of all, I want to point out some ancillary effects of this Vic case. One, these people outed and exposed themselves. And that's been amazing. Like, cause they, at conventions, you go up to a line of Monica Rial or Jane Markey. Oh, hi, I love you. Oh, thank you for coming. That same person goes on Twitter and says, hey, Monica, what's going on? I'm hearing that maybe you lied about Vic. We're calling the FBI, Homeland Security. How dare you lie and harass us? And it's the same person who the week before was at a convention giving this person $40 for a moment of their time. And now they're screaming at them as if they're dirt, as if they hate them. And it's like, this is what they were. They exposed themselves for the nasty person that's underneath. And I will say this with confidence, that has always been there. Because the big difference between Vic and these other people is Vic saw people as people. And if you know anyone who's ever reached out to Vic, like they're having a bad time, they emailed him, they called him, they ran into him at a convention, and they just said, hey, can you help me out? Can you pray for me? Can you do anything? Because my life is in shambles. My life hurts. It's hard. This bad thing happened. He would actually take time for no money, for no benefit other than to just hear someone out, to respond to their email, not to send it off to an assistant, not to ignore it, to respond to their email and say, oh my gosh, thank you for sharing a story. I'll pray for you. I hope things get better. Let me know how things are going. And then when he would run into that same person at a convention, like 6 months later, a year later, in a different part of the country, he'd see him and he'd go, oh, hey, how are you doing? How's that thing? You talked to me back here. Because Vic is good at that. I'm not. I'm bad at that. Like, if I've seen you twice in my life, I didn't recognize you either time. I'm really sorry. Like, I'm bad with faces. I'm bad with names. I don't do that very well. Vic is very good at that. It's some lucky talent that he has, but he also utilizes it and says, "I remember you." And people find value. They found value in the fact that they were valued as people. The contrast is that Monica, Chris Sabat, Sean Schimmel, Jamie Markey, these people look at the anime lines in front of them as dollar signs and not people. And that's not an exaggeration. They're acting.
Well,
Go
it
ahead.
goes a little farther than that because, and I'm going to say this and let me finish, not to you, but to the chat. To an extent, I get where the other voice actors are coming from when they say they see those fans as creepy weirdos. Because, look, I've been to conventions. I get it. Okay, every fandom is filled with social outcasts, people with autism, people with problems. It can be off-putting. But here's the thing: it doesn't matter how fat and unwashed and unshaven that guy in that line is. It doesn't matter how funny his lisp sounds. It doesn't matter how socially inept he is when he just says something uncomfortable that he shouldn't. That's your fan. You owe that guy. You owe him everything. He's fucking family as much as you're concerned. Without that fucking fat, unwashed weirdo, you're nothing. You need him. He is not your he is not your lower, your lesser. He is as far as you're concerned, and someone in this business, he's everything to you. Like with me, I make comics. I do a web comic. I do a web comic with anthropomorphic characters, which means I get weird furry messages. You know what I do? I still send them polite fucking responses. I don't say fuck off fur fag because it doesn't matter unless they're fucking dogs. It doesn't matter how much of a weird furry that guy is. It doesn't matter if he's got a fursona. It doesn't matter if he sends me unsolicited fursonas that he would like me to put in the comic. I'm not going to. It doesn't matter. Because he reads my fucking comic. He enjoys my comic. My comic does not have a readership without that guy.
Yep.
Every one of those weirdos at that convention, every one of those motherfuckers in that line, you owe them fucking everything. So it doesn't matter how uncomfortable they are or how comfortable they make you. You have no place talking down to them, even thinking down to them. None. You should be thanking every single one. Some guy comes to you with a lisp and starts telling you about his jack-off fantasies about the character you voice when he really should keep that to himself. You know what? You smile, you laugh it off, you parlay it into a joke to ease the tension, and you say goodbye, and you think to yourself, well, that fella's a little off, isn't he? But he's still my fan, so I fucking love him, as you should, but you don't. And that's why you're where you're at now. That's why Vic still gets invited to conventions. And that's why your lines are fucking empty and everyone makes jokes about you and how fucking fat and talentless you are. Even when some of you do have talent, even though you're pieces of shit. That's my fucking rant.
But let's talk about that talent for a minute, because I wanna bring this to a place that made me laugh the other day. By the way, guys, I did put the Vic GoFundMe up on screen. I haven't brought this up in a long time because I've not been really one for shilling something while it's just kind of in limbo on appeals. I am not a good salesman, and it's that reason, because I don't feel comfortable doing that. It is the 2-year anniversary, and we are talking about it. The GoFundMe still does exist, but I will remind people that we're waiting on an appeal decision. So I'm not encouraging a bunch of people to donate, although if you do, it still goes for the benefit of Vic and his legal defense and all of that stuff. So, well, legal offense, I suppose. But it is there. It is still at $286,241, which is massive. much more than I ever thought it would be. I legitimately thought it would be about 50 grand. That was when I was opening it, I was like, you know, it'd be amazing if this thing got to $50,000. But yeah, it's blown all expectations out of the water. But I want to point something out here because, one, Cody nails it. It doesn't matter how uncomfortable someone makes you. It doesn't matter what your preconceptions are of them. And what you said was really important because you didn't say you have to suck it up and accept or like deal with them. You said you should love them. And that's the difference, because a lot of times they do suck it up and they deal with it. They get through the day. That's why I said right before you started, they're acting. Vic isn't acting in front of people. That's who he is. He's just that guy. He's genuine. And that difference really shows. And it's why people have been faithful and loyal to him through all of this nonsense, and why they're not really going to see the other people. It's about the fact that he actually cares. And what Cody is saying is not that these people should pretend to care. It's that they have a duty to actually care. Like, that's your job, is to care about people, not begrudgingly. Just do it, because without them, you don't exist.
You're relevant because like, you're not better than that guy. First of all, foregoing what we know about them, even if they were normal people, you're not better than that guy. You exist in the public space because of that guy. That guy made you. The guys like him made you. You owe them everything. You're not better than them. If anything, now we know most of them, even the most degenerate hentai addict, is still better than you people.
Well, and the other thing to remember is, this is where I was going with that. These people didn't there's not a path to voice acting. They're trying to sell you a path to voice acting right now. Did you see Jamie Markey is selling voice acting classes for
$400?
$400? There's not a path. Those are lies. I don't know how else to tell you. If you're paying someone $400, I know some people charge like $1,000, $2,000, $5,000. If you're paying hundreds to thousands of dollars to these people on this idea that there's a path to voice acting, what you're paying for is networking. You're paying for them to understand who you are. They're not helping you learn voice acting. You know, you learn voice acting, you get on a microphone and you just start doing it over and over and over. You record yourself, you try again. You do something else. You set up a time delay of 30 seconds on your monitor headphones, and you sit there and you voice over and over and over. You watch anime and you mute it and you voice the lines. You record it in sync and you dub over the anime yourself, and you do it over and over and over. The people who are in voice acting didn't do that. They got lucky. They won a lottery and got to an audition at one point when anime was new. Notice how it's the same people who've been around forever. You're hearing the same anime voices all the time.
Well, to be fair, there are more new people cropping up, and it's a lot of people that were doing voice stuff on like Newgrounds and stuff. So there kind of is today a path to voice acting, but there was not a path to voice acting when these people got into it. And they are not the people to be giving this advice, because they're not the people that went that way.
Right. That's a better clarification of my point. Thank you. Is that they're not selling you that path. What they're selling you is literally you're paying a couple $100 so they know who you are. And that can be a path in, because there is a lot of nepotism going on in that industry. There has been for a very long time. Most of the people at Funimation, the core group of these people, have known each other forever, and they hired their friends. When none of them were any good at voice acting, by the way, because nobody was doing voice acting. Like, the people who are coming from Newgrounds and other places now, and some of these companies are going, okay, we're going to go find someone's audition role on YouTube and then call them in for an audition. Like, that is something that can happen, but that's the lottery winner. These people aren't going to get you into the industry if you're buying their shitty product. And it is a shitty product because they don't know. And you know what's great? I love this. When people ask Vic how to get into the voice acting industry, he's like, I don't really know. I did it I did it 23 years ago and I got lucky. I just went to an audition and it worked out. Like that's literally the story. And that's most of these people's story.
And it's funny because, first of all, I have to get out. I thought the Jamie Markey thing was especially hilarious because, look, I am a lot more fair to these people's acting abilities than you and some others.
I think they're terrible.
I am all about giving the devil his due. But Jamie Markey can do one fucking performance. Now, she can do that performance. If you have that character, then you hire her. If she can do the thought character, the bimbo, the bitch, like the thought. If you have a character in an anime that's a thought, you hire Jamie Markey. So an actor that's been in the industry for like 20 some years and still after acting that long can only play one fucking archetype should not be giving acting lessons to anybody. Number one. Number two, I think it's funny because for some of these people, it's not a path in and they got lucky. They got unlucky in their eyes. Because the best example is DC Douglas. DC Douglas is in a world of perpetual misery because he wanted to be on the big screen. He wanted to be a leading man. Still to this day,
I got bad news for him.
Yeah, he lives in a world of broken dreams. That's kind of why, especially after...
in a world of broken dreams, there's an anime voice actor with aspirations of grandeur. Sadly for him, it was never to be.
Because when a while ago, I don't remember, AO did that video on DC Douglas. It was just basically a compilation of him. He's like, look at this asshole. But doing that, we kind of learned this dude's more sad than anything. Like I feel too bad for him to shit on him anymore because this is a man with dead dreams in a state of depression that has lived his life self-medicating his obvious mental illness with drugs. He's a mess and he's probably going to either OD or kill himself one day.
I hope not.
Yeah, I hope not too, just out of basic human decency. It's just sort of acknowledgement that that's likely where it's going to go. And there's a lot like him that they wanted, like that Tyson Reinhardt guy, that prick that writes at Funimation that just spends all his time insulting his audience. He wants to be a TV writer and a comedian so bad, and he's not. He's stuck adapting other people's stories. And a lot of them are like this. So a lot of the younger fans, the more impressionable fans, they ask these people, how do I get in? How do I get your job? And they're asking people that don't want it, that feel stuck in this career.
Yeah.
They are the wrong people to ask. And I don't think a lot of people realize don't ask these people. They don't want to be there. You want to be there more than they do. If it wasn't for the fact that they want to work, they would probably and want the clout. If you took the clout and money away from them, they would give you their job in a heartbeat.
Yeah, that's the thing with these people. They wouldn't be there but for their inability to be anywhere else. That's what's kept them there. They don't have any other marketable skill. And for a while, and the convention gigs were keeping them alive.
A lot of it's like, they can act, but they don't look pretty. And if you don't look pretty, you're not acting on camera. And I think a plurality of them realize that and are bitter about it.
It's a face for radio.
Yeah. You have a face for voice acting. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, it's really easy to be a size 0 with double D breasts when you don't actually have to be that. Like, exactly. It's really easy for Jamie Markey to not look like a hideous ham beast because someone's just drawing a character that's like thin. Yeah. But for her, she has to actually to act. She would have to try and hit a gym instead of screaming at a guy named Jim. Very, very much a problem for them. But yes, and that's been the funniest thing for me to watch over the past year. During 2020, watching them try to cope with COVID, where their gigs all got shut down. And then even gigs that were open and potentially available to them, they had so much virtue that they had been spouting about other people going that they couldn't possibly countenance going. Like, if you had offered Jamie Markey or Monica Rial, the ability to go to a convention in November or like October or December of last year, because of what they had said the entire year about the evil of people even hosting conventions and how dare they couldn't accept it. And that was so much funnier. It's like, when COVID was really starting to pinch and you've been out of work for 6 months now, if that opportunity opened up, you couldn't take it, because if you did, you'd be the biggest hypocrite on earth. You're such an idiot. Oh, it was so great. Let me start reading some of these chats. But yes, I do want to keep on this subject for a bit too. I think some of the chats will be with it. Nixx says, oh wait, no, there was one that came in. YouTube's doing this thing where it's removing the first chat now, and I hate it. Bad Vibe says, hey Nick, what has horse teeth, has a DAP, and a snack packing horse jockey that has never ridden them? I'm gonna guess it's Monica Rial. I think that's where that was going, and that's horrifying, and thank you for ruining my evening. Nixx says, sing in Ron voice. Wait. Why would you pick this song? Now, I know I should say no, but that's kind of hard when she's ready to go. I may be dumb, but I'm not a weeb. I'm just a cuckold with no self-esteem. God damn it. Blaine20 says, Cody is directly responsible for very many of Ron's winky faces. Winky face emojis.
Can you ever forgive me? I'm so sorry.
Do you know, like, oh man, the amount of time I've spent talking to Ron is
those Ronversations were amazing. I can't believe the stupid son of a bitch just kept going. He kept going so long. You got what, 5 streams out of that shit?
There may have been more. There had to have been more than 5. Because a Kiwi at one point tallied up all the super chats from those streams.
He gets off on it. He's got to get off on it.
That's when he stopped, though. Was once someone pointed out like that I monetized them extremely effectively. That's when he stopped talking to me, and I was like, "Oh, poor Ron. I miss you, Ron. I miss you trying to convince me that I'm better than I am or whatever." Did you consider that I hate lawyers and am one? Red Pirate 115 says, Cody, you were optimistic about Trump's chances of stopping the steal. Are you still white-pilled about the future? If you are, can you share the hope?
Yes. I was optimistic because I underestimated the levels they were going to go. It was pretty unprecedented. I was going by the context of history.
You didn't know that the Time magazine article didn't exist yet.
Yeah. So I was going by, I forgot we're living in history. But I have never been happier to be on the losing team, because look what's happened since. Because these people thought that Trump was the leader of this movement. They don't realize he was the weapon. They thought he was Sauron. They're learning the hard way. He was the mouth of Sauron. And they took away the people's cudgel. And so the people like, well, I guess matters into our own hands. In the beginning of this year, what have we seen? The storm on the Capitol, the attack on Wall Street, and now it's going beyond GameStop and AMC. Now they're going after silver, and we're not even 2 months in.
Yep.
So you took away the one thing that kept the populist movement, because it's not Democrat and Republican anymore. It's populism versus socialism.
It is.
And authoritarianism. And the populist movement they had something in government that made them feel not complacent, but they made them feel comfortable, like maybe things will be okay. You took that away. You absolute cretins. You took away the one thing that was keeping the masses in check. Now, whoosh, motherfucker. You open the floodgates. What did you think they were keeping out? That's why they're called floodgates.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an interesting year. Now we're seeing states, remind the federal government that states' rights exist more than they have in how long? When was the last time the state said, to hell with executive orders?
Yeah, that was the last one I remember. The last big state action that got a lot of news was Montana saying, if we mine the materials, manufacture the gun, in our state, your National Firearms Act doesn't do shit here. You can't mess with it. And Montana sent a big FU to the federal government, and it was beautiful. South
It's also
Dakota's doing the same thing now with the executive orders, like you just mentioned.
yeah.
And Florida is really pissing off Biden to the point where he's talking about individually shutting down one state as a federal action. And
And you have that, and now finally people are doing something about big tech. Florida's starting, and it's going to snowball from there. Other country, finally. So Trump, I like Trump. He made mistakes, but I like him overall. But I feel like we needed to lose him because we needed to take the baby harness off. We needed to be in a state where we don't have faith that someone in the federal government will help us anymore. We're going to do this ourselves. And now you see, like, all this stuff is happening, and the people that supported Biden are eating shit. They sure don't look like winners with the way they're acting now. So,
no, and they know, you can see it. They know they're going to lose on the impeachment. Because the Republicans, they thought they could quickly capitalize on Republicans' revulsion at the Capitol riots. They thought they could do that. They weren't able to do it because they weren't able to do it fast enough. And then they were. Do you guys remember? I've talked about this several times. It was supposed to be 100 days. It was supposed to be 100 days until the impeachment. Guys, don't press F every time the stream buffers. It's going to be back. It was supposed to be 100 days until the impeachment into Biden's administration. That changed really quick. You know why it changed really quick? They realized that every single day that passed, Trump was getting more popular, not less popular. And that's because, like you said, I think accurately, it isn't about Trump. Like, he's a symbol, but it's populism really rising up again. They don't populism was used to be on the side of the left, and this is where I think they're really scared. Populism was focused on left when the right was being a little bit cuntish, to put it bluntly.
Sure, the religious right days.
Yes, the 80s and 90s, the right was the heavy religious right, lots of censorship and stuff like that. That's moving. The needle's moving left, and so the populism, normal people are moving right. Normal people who go, wait, why can't we open a manufacturing plant in my town? Like, why can't I get a job with the skills that I have? Why can't I control my own thermostat? Why is when it gets hot out, my electric company has to shut off my air conditioner? Like, that's the opposite time that I want to do that, and they're trying to coerce me into doing that by giving me $10 a month in credit. No, I'll pay the extra $10. Please just don't shut off my air conditioner. Like, people are starting to ask these questions and say, I'm a normal person. I don't follow all this stuff. And then there's a guy like Trump and then a movement behind him where life kind of makes sense. Like, oh, maybe I don't want $500 million to go to Palestine for gender reassignment surgeries when it could be spent here, like on a road or something. Like, that's what populism is. It really is beyond the left and the right, the Republicans and Democrats. It's about where normal people's sensibilities are, and I think they're moving to the right.
Yeah, and you're seeing that. The best example of that is the fact that every time the White House YouTube puts out a video, it gets ratioed like the Ghostbusters trailer. Biden got booed at the Super Bowl. Everybody, I think when you see the poll saying this many Americans think the election rigged, it was more than that, because there's a lot of people that are afraid to say it because they think they're going to lose their job if they say it. I think a clean majority of the country, even the people that support Biden, know what happened, and they're not happy. And that's why you're seeing the Democrats push shit like crazy, because they know 2022. They were saying this during the 2020 election that what they did. They still 2022, this is going to be bad. They're scared of 2022. And that's why they're pushing everything now while they can. Because especially if any of these states start pushing election reform, because I think it's interesting that since 2000, where Florida pushed waves of hearty election reforms, suddenly the Democrats can't get a foothold in that state. I think that's interesting. But yeah,
Yeah.
that if that happens in any of these states, they know it's going to go downhill fast, which is why they're going to push every crazy thing they can try for the next year and a half to 2 years. Because that's when they can. This is the only chance they have to save themselves. Because if they don't pull this off, that's why they're so desperate to get rid of Trump. So desperate. Because they know if they don't squash this movement, they can't squash. The party's dead. The Republicans as it is either going to go the way of the Whigs or get overtaken by the populist movement. But the Democrats will go the way of the Whigs regardless. They know their days are numbered, and they're gonna. It's the analogy is the dictator when after the revolution when they topple him and they put him before the kangaroo court and they drag him off. In some ways, you're gonna see stuff like that's gonna disgust you that they're gonna push because this is their last chance. So that's it's easy to get blackpilled when things don't go your way, but you have to look at the macro picture. And when you look at the macro picture, things are. I'm saying I've never been happier to lose in my life.
Very interesting perspective. Refreshing perspective. So thank you for sharing that. Okay. Let's talk about your comic real quick though, because I said we would do it an hour in, but that was 40 minutes ago. So we need to talk about your comic while you're here, while people are watching, all of that stuff. So where can
commercial between the Vic stuff, a little commercial for my stuff? Is that what we're doing?
Look, I am a consummate and pure capitalist, and which means if someone's coming on my show and they have something to share, even if they're not talking about sharing it, I'm going to try and share it because I appreciate that people come on my show, talk with me about things, spend their time. So I want to make sure people know where they can find your stuff. So tell me where to go.
Well, I have 2 comics because making comics, telling stories is my life's obsession. Anime, that's bullshit. This is what I really care about. I have 2 comics. One is a web comic that I started. It was a side thing because I was trying to get other comics published, but I still wanted to make something while I was waiting for those people to get back to me, which they never did because the industry's shit. It's called Cloud Scratcher. It's inspired by the cartoons I grew up with because I just kind of wanted to make something that was like my childhood again, I guess, if I could say it like that.
Yep.
So I wanted to do it, but the look to do it would be I'd have to learn a whole new art style. So that was also another thing I wanted to do because my normal art style is realistic, kind of half American comics, half manga. But this I would have to learn to do a Disney art style, and I would have to learn to do animal people, which I kind of didn't want to do because of the furry stigma. But then it's like, fucking suck it up. Don't be a bitch. Don't. If you have a comic that you
embrace
love, a
the
story
knot.
that you want to tell, don't hold off on it because you're worried that someone's going to call you a furry. Fuck them.
And
if
just
you know
acknowledge,
you're not a furry, make a fucking animal comic.
And acknowledge that you are a furry and you embrace the knot.
I can't be a furry. I don't have enough paraphilias. But it was like a fun challenge, a fun exercise. So I've been doing it for the last 5, 6, 7 years or so. I forget how long. God, it's been a while. It's called Cloud Scratcher. It's at cloudscratcher.com. I actually got picked up by a publisher for that one, by Vivid Publishing.
Congrats.
So we're gonna be doing a crowdfund in the summer for a proper volume 1. Right now, I have sort of a very cheap volume 1 that's got the first 4 chapters. The comic is basically designed to have the look and feel of like 90s era animation, like animated series, movies like Disney Afternoon, Don Bluth films, stuff like that. A simple, like something that kids, young, not super young, but young readers and grown readers can enjoy. The young readers like the colorful characters and the jokes and the action, and the older readers, there's like a lot of character, like not drama, but there's like story and character for the older folks too. And that's what I wanted, like something that family, like anybody.
You got to update this webpage. Last update's
I know.
February 6th of last year.
What?
I'm on cloudscratcher.com. February
Well,
6,
hold on a
2020 is the
sec.
last post.
Did my because one of my best friends does the website because I can't do website for shit. And yeah, he's still doing. I think he's copy pasting a lot of the format for updates, so he's still putting it as 2020. So
Oh my gosh.
Kevin, if you're watching, it's 2021. You have to update your copy pasta.
Change the dates, Kevin. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, so Cloud Scratcher. I mean, I'm not gonna go into the plot or anything, but it's I think, damn it, it's fun. I've got a great cast of characters. It's a lot of fun. You'll laugh. You'll feel things, and you'll enjoy some cool action and colorful characters. Um, and a lot of music references because I'm obsessed with music and I'm kind of a basic bitch that way.
Fair.
The other one I'm working on, it's kind of on. It got put on hold when Cloud Scratcher got picked up for publication, and we've been pushing. Oh yeah. Oh, real quick on Cloud Scratcher, I've also been uploading chapters to a new site that I think people should check out. It's called Crypto Comics. It's a whole new venture from some old school industry people, good industry people. That's basically using a blockchain as a way to bring value back to digital comics. And Vivid is jumping on board with that, so I'm going on that. And what I'm doing is they let you upload audio with pages on this. So I'm uploading chapters of Cloud Scratcher onto Crypto Comics with author commentary on every page. And there's a lot of cool comics on Crypto Comics too, not just mine. So I would advise people to check it out. So there's that. And then I have another comic that I'm working on that's on hiatus right now, brief hiatus because of the Cloud Scratcher publication. We're working on the crowdfund that's going to be coming up and building up the name so people, and I've got a video game of Cloud Scratcher in the works. That's the old 90s shows would have the NES tie-in game, like the Capcom DuckTales game. It's like that. That's what we're doing. So I got a whole lot of stuff. This little thing I was doing on the side actually ends up is building into something. And then the other one called We the Damned.
As it works out. Like that's how businesses oftentimes start.
Yeah, really. Other comic called We the Damned. I've posted about it before on Twitter. That one, like I said, is on hiatus temporarily because of the Cloud Scratcher publication, but I'm going to be going back to it soon. It's more of a if the Disney look or if you still have that furry PTSD, the anthropomorphic characters put you off, you'll like this one better. It's like Mad Max meets Lone Wolf and Cub in hell. It's like I've posted some pages of it. I think you can find it. There's one of the cover art pinned on my art. I have a separate Twitter for my artwork at Bayerworks, BAIER Works. And I think the pinned comment is one of the is for We the Damned. That one's in the works too. I've done a couple preview pages. I've posted a couple preview pages of that, as well as some promotional artwork that's going to be on like posters and shirts and stuff when the campaign for that one launches. I gotta space it a bit because you don't want to do a Cloud Scratcher campaign and the next day you do another crowdfund. Right. That's not cool. So I'm working on reshelf because I still want to do it. I have like so many fucking stories in my head that I have to get out. I have like 20 and I gotta get them out all before I die. So
here's
like my life goal. So
here's We the Damned, guys. Here's We the Damned. It's the picture I found was a chick with a sword kneeling with a bunch of blood.
Yep.
So there you go.
It's like one of the promotional pictures for that one. So we're gonna be. I'm figuring out when I'm gonna do that because I'm not giving up on it. I like all my stories. I'm not giving. All my stories are gonna eventually happen. I launched the Imp Story campaign last year. Didn't work out too well because it was a bad campaign. I've never run a crowdfund campaign before. I botched that. But I will be relaunching Imp Story in the future because I still really like that comic and want to make it. But again, it's just a matter of finding out when to launch and making a good campain. So
there's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah, so that's what I got going in right now. So currently, if you want to read my stuff, cloudscratcher.com. I apologize for how rough the early chapters look. It's a very alien art style to me. I got it now. But those first couple chapters, I spent a lot of the author's commentary on Crypto Comics bashing myself.
Well, we can't bash ourselves, and who can we bash? Right?
Exactly. But yeah, so cloudscratcher.com, and then We the Damned is coming, and the Cloud Scratcher campaign is coming. So look forward to that, because damn it, I'm just gonna say I'm good at this.
There you
I can
go.
tell a mean story, goddammit.
Sounds great. So guys, check those out. Now, I guess I could put those in the description.
Yeah.
Because I have animeoutsiders.com in the description. Let me see.
Yeah.
Also, cloudscratcher.com. Jeez. I feel like a boomer today. Wait, I am a boomer. That's why. Makes sense. Okay, that's in the description as well. So make sure you check that out, guys. If you like stories, if you like the artwork, go check out Cody's stuff. Also, if you just like his takes and want to support indie creators. And I want to talk about that right now in a little bit of a different context. I was on the quartering stream before this stream. And I don't know if any of you were over there as well, but we were talking about the cancellation of Gina Carano. And there's an interesting possibility that the cancellation of Gina Carano is being overblown, but I do think there's something to it in general. She seems to have found the ire of Disney for some reason. That's as the reports are going, and she has been canceled off of The Mandalorian and has no spinoff or anything coming out. In fact, Disney's statement apparently says they're not currently working with her, nor do they have any projects planned. This is in response to a quote-unquote abhorrent tweet where she mentioned that basically bad people used to do bad things to Jews. Now bad people are doing bad things based on political differences. And that apparently is anti-Semitic, which I don't see how that has any implications negatively towards Jews. But that is it. That is what has canceled Gina Carano. Now, the reason I bring that up right after Cody's thing is because you can't rely on mainstream entertainment anymore. If you haven't figured it out, it's done. You can like certain stories, you can stick with certain things, but eventually the piper is going to be paid, and it's going to be paid by our enjoyment. Like that's the currency that they will take, and they will clean out our bank accounts. And they will drive you away. So go find independent stuff that is a little bit cancel resistant. Nobody's cancel proof, but cancel resistant is in independence, because usually a creator who needs to will find a way for you to be able to support them. So go find them and support them, because the more you support independent creators who are out there making stuff, the more stuff they make, and the better chance we have to get through all this shit.
Yeah,
so
definitely. That's where it's at right now, is independent creators, just on a quality level. The corporate stuff is shit. Like corporate comics right now are just trash. But there are people right now telling real stories that they want to tell with new ideas. And it's just a shame I'm too busy making mine to read them all, because there's some really, really cool stuff out there. And I'm going to plug them again because I believe in this business, damn it, and I want to see it grow. Crypto Comics has a ton of them. Even if you don't like into the cryptocurrency, it's not about cryptocurrency. You can pay them with real money. It's in beta right now. The crypto, it's about using the blockchain to give real monetary value to digital comics. And there are some great creative people putting stuff out there right now. So even if you don't want to hear me shit talk my old comic chapters, there's a lot of people out there that's worth your time on crypto comics. So definitely check them out.
Yes, and I can't stress that enough. Find the stuff you like and pay for it. Stop paying for the stuff that hates you and that you don't like. As long as you like it, pay for it. Like if you still like Mandalorian and Star Wars or whatever, I'm not telling you to cancel Disney Plus. I know that's a big trending hashtag, or it was until Twitter decided that the hashtag could no longer be trending and just stopped it. But I know that was a thing. I'm not generally a boycott person, but I am fully in support of not supporting something that you don't like and that doesn't like you. Yeah.
People are saying they're getting a privacy link about the Anime Outsider site. I think that's because you're using an HTTPS link, and
oh shit. Let me fix it. I just by habit do HTTP.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's HTTPS.
I by habit do the S, I mean.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Because That's because I saw that I glanced over the chat real quick, and I just saw that, and then like, wait a minute, and
It's
I went to our site, like, no, it's working, and then I clicked your link, like, oh, that's why.
I modified it.
Okay.
So it should be
There we go.
working now. All right. But yeah, I think that's an important message. You know, it's not about Gina Carano. I mean, it is. It's not about Vic. It is, but it's bigger than that. It's like it's not about Trump. I mean, in a lot of ways it is about Trump, but it's not about Trump. It's about these movements and these ideas and where we're going. And we have the ability to make that future, but we have to actually do it. And that means that sometimes you have to cancel something that you like. Actually, no, I don't actually believe that. Sometimes you have to cancel something you've convinced yourself you like because you stopped liking it. Like, for me, in theory, I like Diablo 3. However, from the day that they censored that guy who said free Hong Kong and that they took away his prize money, that day was the day I stopped playing Diablo 3, and I've never wanted to play it again. I don't think about it on the average day. I only bring it up on streams like this where I'm thinking about it. I got apathetic. Now, in theory, there's nothing about Diablo 3 that changed where I suddenly wouldn't like the game. I enjoyed playing it quite a bit, but I haven't wanted to ever since. So that was my sign. And I don't care about Diablo 4. I'm not watching videos trying to figure out the latest news. I don't care about it. Blizzard is dead to me. I just have no time for them, no interest in it. So you have to start recognizing these things and stop giving them your money because it's a big release or because the next thing. If you don't like it, again, if you like it, buy it. That's the way you do it. That's how you answer these companies. But we got to stop being an automatic sale for them. And
And I've always felt very fortunate and very lucky, especially seeing a lot of the stuff that the stuff that I'm into is often spared from this bullshit. Like the only thing I regularly pay is my Square Enix subscription for 14. And luckily, based on some of the writing in the game, the people making Final Fantasy 14 are pretty based. So dodged a bullet on that one. But that's the beauty of piracy, because it's Gabe Newell said it best. Piracy is a service issue. And if you're part of providing a good service is not shitting on your customers. So if you shit on me, the customer, but I still want to play your game, there's this magical high seas that I can just get myself a boat and get your shit for free. And I will, and it's easy to do.
As a lawyer, I am ethically obligated to instruct people that piracy may be illegal and they should not engage in illegal activities. So take that
I am
as you will.
obligated to say that everything that I said ends in Minecraft.
Yes. But anyway, let's get back to the chats here, and then we can kind of see where they take us. David says, everyone check out Matt Laroussier, aka Fudbusters, on YouTube. He's a lawyer who makes videos about gun laws and 3D printed guns. Sounds interesting. We've got Mithrin Emmer says, Law Twitter also spends 99.9% of their time begging for a like and or a retweet from Popat, the lead spurg and head autist of Law Twitter. It's really embarrassing.
Imagine that's where you're at, where you're trying to get attention from Popat. Jesus Christ.
Please, cranky old white man, pay attention to me. It's so weird.
Dude, that doesn't matter in any context. There's at least the kids that are kissing up to voice actors, at least those voice actors are like actors in shows they watch. There's something there. What is Popat? Why would you
He's just an attorney with an allegedly successful career. There's lots of those. He just happened to be one who was early on the internet writing snarky things and used to believe in free speech until he became a basic beta bitch.
The old triple B.
Yes. And I can't say it enough. Popat is a sellout who no longer believes in free speech, and it's pathetic. That makes him trash. Bad Vibe says, Monica meet Karma. Karma meet Speed Bump. Sprite Cola says, where did it go? truthfully, Nick, with how most lawsuits go, how do you stay optimistic? I hope Vic wins. I don't. So Vic's lawsuit went south. Other than that, like how most lawsuits don't go a particular way. Most lawsuits actually don't go. I should be very clear on that. Most lawsuits settle. But there's been plenty of justice in lawsuits that we've covered as well. I think people focus on the Vic lawsuit, and because that loss was very frustrating. People focus on the election lawsuits, even though I said from the very beginning, most of these things are not going to happen. You're not going to get a judge to overturn an election. They're just not, they don't want to do it. Remember, they have to tell like their neighbors that their vote didn't matter in their mind. This is what they have to tell. Oh, sorry, your vote didn't matter because my judgment mattered more. Not that that's true, but that's their mindset when they're making this decision. So they're going to stay out of it. Because it's not just their neighbor, it's 5 million other people that they live next to and might shoot them at the mall. It's a big consideration. So those were sad, but Keemstar's lawsuit went right. The Quarterings lawsuit ended up right. Your boy Zach's lawsuit ended up right. And I want to point this out from you. And I know a lot of people are mad about your boy Zach's lawsuit. I know they are, but you have to understand what his lawsuit did and what Vic's lawsuit did in parallel industries with the same problem. Who got Me Too'd in the way Vic did after Vic? Successfully in any way? Nobody. Like the broken staircase is still broken, right? Like they have not been repairing the steps. They're gone. They're afraid to do it because they saw what happened when they tried it. They tried and failed. It's really the same way that your boy Zach's lawsuit has worked out in comics. They haven't been canceling people. And there was a quiet victory by Vox Day when he got canceled for his comic on Indiegogo. By the way, that was Vox Day's back on Indiegogo, I believe. So you can see how that worked out. There are victories out there. Sargon versus Aquila. Justice was done there. That one was really not in any sort of doubt. She botched that. But
I think people get discouraged if they just want the legal ruling to be in their favor, and I think folks often miss the forest for the trees. Like even if the lawsuit technically didn't go the way you wanted, it's what's important is what the lawsuit did to a greater zeitgeist or whatever. Like the effects of the lawsuit itself as opposed to just the lawsuit and just the results of that. Oftentimes the effects of the lawsuit are more important. And as you pointed out, most of these things have been winners in that respect.
Yes, that's the thing. Your boy Zach and Mark Wade have a confidential settlement. We'll never know what transpired between them. Have no idea. But what we do know is that they really toned down the canceling of independent projects, and people like Ethan Van Sciver and Tug and anybody in Comicsgate have been able to make their books with impunity from the industry. Now they get into gay infighting and stuff like that, like everybody else, and that's a different thing. The industry is not out there canceling their books. And they literally did that. I mean, the industry itself, Mark Wade, who's an embodiment of Marvel, comes down and shut down your boy Zach's book a couple years back. Now, I mean, he's made well over $1 million on crowdfunded comics. That Umbrella guy, pretty toxic individual, especially to the industry and to many people online, has made over $250,000 doing his comic books. Ethan Van Sciver, $2 million. Doug TenNapel, what, $1.7 million, something like that? That started with your boy Zach, like clearing the way for the bullshit that would follow. Because if they would have won, if he wouldn't have fought back, if he would have rolled over, everybody would be subject to the same thing at any moment. And they're not, because the industry is scared because we can fight back against it. And it always looks bad for them because they are Goliath for now.
Yeah, I think of all the gates, I think Comicsgate, despite the cringe that is there, was like the one gate that truly had a net positive result after the fact, because it opened up this entire new industry of indie comics and creator-owned independent work. And to that, I props to Comicsgate again. Cliques and infighting and vicariously embarrassing shit. You do that all day long, but you know what? You opened up an entirely new world for people that they needed. So you can have your gay baby drama. You deserve it.
You earned it. But that's how I stay optimistic. By the way, I know I see the discouragement that goes out there in the communities and stuff, and I hope what they do is after they're done being discouraged, they start paying attention to the positivity and realize that every day we are closer and closer to independently creating stuff that the big studios have been making at the same or better quality. It's not far. It's not far, by the way. Anime, the problem with anime is no one's making original anime. We're still all stuck on the idea of importing it from Japan, and Japan it's tough to license an anime from Japan. Trust me.
Well, technically, it's an anime if it's from Japan. Even you can make it an anime-ish all you want.
Right.
It's going to be a cartoon still.
Okay, but the idea is that people are brand loyal to the anime that's out there. And so if someone comes up with an independent project, they're not quite accustomed to the idea that they should check out the indie project like they are with comics. And comics have a lower cost of entry, lower cost of production. It's just going to take some time for that industry to catch up, but it's coming. It's coming. But there is a real possibility of independent dubbing. It's just hard to get a licensing agreement for an anime because you need connections, because Japan does business in a very specific way.
I'm mad at myself because when we did AO did it, I did for AO an interview with Vic not long ago. I think it's like the last thing that's on the AO YouTube right now.
Sure.
And I should have brought up to him, because a lot of people said Vic should open up his own studio and for his own dubbing studio. And I was thinking, like, I should ask him about that. What does he think about that? And then when the interview came, I totally fucking forgot.
I would wager he's well aware of the possibility.
I hope he does. He should.
I think the hardest part about anything like that is getting your hands on property, because if you need certain connections, and they need to be in Japan, and Japan does business different than the US. Like, that's just I can tell you specifically that that's a reality about trying to license an anime. It's not so simple. They're a syndicated product. They're owned typically in batches by various companies. It's not like you can just go to the anime shop and buy a license. You have to have a right connection, and getting into that when that has been owned by specific companies with entrenched relationships is tough to do. So, but always hope for that. I think it's coming. I think that type of independent creation or adoption is coming. Clown World says, how does it feel knowing that Jamie Markey is trying to outgrift you? First, she will go after your Grift Champion title, and next she will go after your super chats, and finally your whiskey. It's an elaborate plot. Look, I can just put the Grift Champion title and the whiskey and the super chats behind a salad, and I know she'll never find it. Bad Vibe says, the treatment of fans, Vic versus others, the Monica, Jamie, and the Death Star Orbiters haven't rebutted that or even tried. Nope, they can't. They're awful. They genuinely don't like most of the people who walk in front of them. They don't like them. They have to put on the mask. That's the hardest part for them. So they're not going to try and rebut it. Bad Vibe says, oh yeah, who is doing live action movies with Eric Roberts? Apparently Vic. I don't know anything about, like, I saw a thing about that, but I don't know anything about that.
I think he does like Hallmark movies, like live action or something like that. Like he does some of those.
Eric Roberts?
No, Vic.
Oh, yeah, he might.
You're wrong, but that's what I've heard, that he's done like some smaller made for TV stuff like that.
I did see one of his horror short projects, which is pretty good. That was fun. Blaine 20 says, Miami mayor is pushing to use Bitcoin for city worker pay, accepting payment of taxes, etc. I recall a business owner in Vegas getting in trouble for paying employees in $50 Eagle coins because it wasn't legal tender. thoughts? I don't know, man. Crypto is such a weird place right now, and I don't think the SEC knows what they're going to do regulation wise. So, people like Elon Musk buying $1 billion worth of Bitcoin the other day, that helps. It helps with legitimacy, but it is still a risky proposition. I think right now paying people in cash is probably the way to go. That's just the way to go. But it's interesting to think you could pay people into a Bitcoin wallet and their paycheck may appreciate it, but may appreciate the next day, but it also could depreciate the next day. That's why I don't like that for wages. I think that's stock options and stuff like that are part of executive agreements, and usually it's a very highly paid, highly compensated individual for a reason. They're informed. They have the ability to hire competent counsel and advisors. I think you start paying grocery store workers in Bitcoin, there's a high likelihood that Galinda, the grocery store checkout lady, doesn't understand Bitcoin, and it would be a really risky proposition to have someone who doesn't understand it being paid in it. In my
Bitcoin,
opinion.
I think people should view it like commodities and stocks, not as a replacement for the dollar. I think that's a little more realistic, at least where we're at now.
And real quickly, Ed C says the value of the dollar changes value from day to day as well. Sort of. But if I go to buy milk today and I go to buy milk tomorrow, almost guaranteed that milk is going to cost $2.68 today and maybe $2.69 tomorrow. Whereas with Bitcoin, it's still a very real possibility. As we saw the other day, Bitcoin went up, It went up 22%, something like, or 19%, I think, in one day when Elon Musk made a big purchase of it. That's volatility that doesn't exist in actual currency. And so I just don't think that that's a proper proposition for someone who's working, that the value, like if they don't understand that they need to cash out the Bitcoin to get the value of their paycheck, like that they need to cash it out when they're paid, that if they leave it for one day, they could lose 20% of their month's earnings. I don't think that's a right proposition right now for people making, $50,000 a year. Gay and Still at Large says, Cody, I'm sure you'll love that chat is reacting to your Damned art the same way Anime Outsiders Discord does.
Hey, look, I know where my skills lie. I can make some hot chicks if I want to.
Red Pirate 115 says, Cody, sell Nick on Bacano now.
Bacano. I think I have in the past. Haven't I told you about the show?
It sounds very familiar.
It's the one that's like set in New York in like the Prohibition era. It's like 3 different stories in 3 different eras, and they kind of come together. And it's got like probably the best dub of all time. And like even the sub only weebs at 4chan are like, no, yeah, Bacano's dub is top tier.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. It's the characters are amazing. The story's great. It's got a great attitude to it, where it's like serious, but not too serious, but not too. It's not Marvel quippy. It's like that perfect sweet spot. And it's interesting from a, I guess you could say, a historical point, because I've talked on this stream before about how Funimation used to be a good company.
Right.
The golden age of Funimation, when they gave a damn and made good dubs. Bacano was a Funimation dub from their golden age. So if you ever want to see what Funimation could do when they gave a damn back in the good old days.
Back when anime was good.
Back before all the good dub actors went to do video games. Yeah, it's one of the best dubs of all time for one of the best anime of all time. The characters, fantastic. Stories, fantastic. There's no bad thing about that show. The only thing I could say, it might confuse some people because it's 3 separate stories that it cuts to, and it cuts to like artistically, I guess you'd say. It's not like meanwhile in 2 years ago. It's like something will happen and that'll transition to the plot that's going on like 2 years ago, and the plot that's going on the year after that. But as the show goes on, those 3 plots come together and you see what they have in common as things are revealed. And then by the end of it, they all connect. And it's just, I can't sing it. It's one of the best anime of all time. And I'm not saying that lightly. I'm not saying there's a hyperbolic way to say that I love it. I mean, it is honestly, genuinely one of the greatest animated programs Japan ever produced in the history of that company's animation industry. Go watch it if you haven't.
Right behind Redo of Healer. I want to address a quick question from the chat because I think this is a good time to talk about it. Eagle Lone says, what is Vic up to, or what's Vic's update? So what's going on with Vic? Again, in the case, and I have to stress this as much as possible, the case is the side story of what's going on with Vic. At this point, we're 2 years out from the main drama. All that stuff is in the past. Now it's really about looking forward. And I said this a while ago, a long time ago. I actually said this before the case was decided, that my goal and what I think is important is more about what does Vic do next? Like, what does he do? Because there was a point where it became pretty clear he wasn't going to go back to Funimation. And that was a pretty early on point. And so what Vic's doing now, you can find him easily in 2 places consistently. One is on Twitch. He streams to Twitch. It's twitch.tv/Real Vic Mignogna. You should go follow him, subscribe to him, whatever. There is actually a process by which you can talk to Vic live on his show. It only happens 1 day a week for now. I don't know if they're going to increase that or not, but right now it's 1 day a week. And so getting a slot on that can be kind of tricky, but go check out the show. You can find Vic there. You can support him there. The other way you can currently find and support Vic is through Cameo, which is where you can go pay someone of some notoriety, some amount of money to do something on a video for you. So you can get him to say a couple lines or whatever. And I don't know what the pricing is like. I have no idea, but you can find Vic on Cameo. If you want to support him specifically and directly through the internet from the comfort of your own home, Twitch and Cameo. If you want to go support him traditionally in the real world, he currently has an upcoming event in New Jersey. I believe he is doing tours of the Star Trek studio for Star Trek Continues. I believe those are happening at the Georgia location there. I think there's one a month for this month, next month, and the next month. I think the one this month is next weekend. Starts the 19th. And then each one's about a month apart. So you could go and see Vic and see the Star Trek Continues set and get a tour of it and all that stuff. Really cool opportunity. You can do that right now. And then he's got like 4 or 5 conventions that he's so far booked for this year, which I think, again, makes him the most booked anime actor at conventions that's out there. So you can support him that way. As for what else he may be doing in the future, I hope he expands his Twitch program or does something along the lines of YouTube. I think he's got a wealth of experiences, connections, stories. I think that people could learn a lot from him and be very entertained by. He's also just genuinely nice guy. So I think he'd do really well, and I hope he expands that in the future. But that is also where he is.
His Star Trek Continue show is genuinely very good. I checked it out on a lark some time ago. Before I got into, because I've recently started watching Star Trek stuff actually, but before that, when I wasn't interested in Star Trek at all, I checked it out on a lark and genuinely enjoyed it. It's well written. Vic's acting is great, especially in the episodes like the 3 Kirks, like the old one, the current one, and the AI one, which is probably the best episode of it. It's fantastic. Again, if you're not into Star Trek, doesn't matter. You're still gonna like it. I guarantee you. Go check it out.
Yeah, so there's that's something that you can do. Again, and as for other stuff, you know, if Vic announces a new project or whatever, I will let you know. I do know that he's working with Doug, or I shouldn't say I know. I believe he's working with Doug on Doug's project, which is some sort of animated thing. I don't know what the timetable on that animated project is. I don't know anything about like the details, but I know that funding has been secured and an advance on it has already been paid so that production can begin at some point. So that's what I know. He's also been doing audiobooks and projects that people hire him for independently. You know, it's an interesting transition to go from being in a company that does all of the marketing and everything for you to being an independent creator. But he is out there doing stuff. You can find his work And it looks like he will just continue. He'll continue making new things and exploring new areas. And I think that's great. So make sure if you like him, go ahead and support him that way. That's what's going on with him. Damn Nation says, Nick, I want to thank you for putting me on my current path of being an independent contractor in my current line of work. That way I become more cancel proof in my personal life and professional life. Love your stream. Hey, awesome. Great job, man. Eagle Lone says, why don't we fundraise our own anime studio? Because certain things have to be in place before you can just ask people for a whole bunch of money. If for example, if I said, I've got connections to people, I could create an anime studio. I know independent voice actors. I think I could maybe get Vic on board. If I did all that stuff, right? And I funded an anime studio, I wouldn't have an anime. That would be the big problem. I would raise a bunch of money, but I still wouldn't have an anime. So I think when you see an anime studio being funded, that will mean that there's actually an anime that someone has access to. And if you're thinking about doing it yourself, please get property before you fundraise. Don't sell people on an idea that won't manifest if you don't know that you've got the property locked down. And I mean, have a signed contract in hand and have paid for it already. That's what you should be doing. Sleep Paralysis Gremlin says, hey there. Happy anniversary for the whole Vic fiasco. Even though we share differing views on stuff like politics, I love the content you put out. What's been the update on everything and everyone involved since I came late? You'll have to watch the replay for all of it. But the long story short, we recapped the court case. There isn't really an update. Today is the 2-year anniversary. I was only half hoping that they would release their decision today, because I figured if they did release it today, it would be because God hates somebody. Because releasing on the anniversary would be ominous, in my opinion. But we're still waiting for a court result from the appeals court. It could really still be another 4 months or so before that comes out. People need to be prepared for that. When it comes out, trust me, you'll know. Whatever the ruling is, you'll know about it from me as soon as I know. And then there will be immediately a live stream that follows to go through it, whatever the outcome. Kiwi Goes Live says, when Vic passes away, I need one of you to tweet Jamie Markey. Do you still want his head and balls? The funeral director needs to know before his service. Oh, gross. Gross. Okay. That being said, that's the main chats. Was there anything else we should really cover before I get to the rest of the chats?
Well, you wanted to argue with me about video game stories and then talk about other geek shit.
Oh God, that sounds so long. Here's how we do it. Let me see. Can I
summarize? You're wrong, I'm right. There you go.
Here we go. Watch this. All video game stories are bad. Your rebuttal. Oh, nothing to say. Nothing to say. Cody's got nothing to say. I can't even unmute you. Only you can do it. So that's even funnier. You've got to unmute yourself. Hover your mouse over the. Oh, execution. No. Let's do this really quickly, because I think this is an interesting discussion that actually does matter.
Mm.
My premise is all video game stories are bad, without exception. There is no exception. That's not true. That's a joke. All video game stories are bad. And let me explain this and articulate it after I let you respond first, because I don't want to I stick by my statement as it stands, but I also have clarification for it. All video game stories are bad. We need to stop pretending that they're good. They're just not. Video games are not the proper vehicle for good storytelling. Video games are the proper vehicle for good gameplay. And while there is a possibility to tell a story and to enjoy that story very much, it is not going to be done well. It is not good. There you go. And I will clarify more of that later, but I want you to respond based on my statement, which I will firmly believe stands on its own.
Well, there's a lot to point to say you're wrong, but I'll bottleneck it a bit.
But see, I can refute every single thing that you will say. as far as
But
pointing to something.
But how many hours do you want this to go? That's the thing. So when you say it's not the avenue for it, that's what I want to focus on, because I could point to a million games with excellent stories and just how the story itself is great and the nuances and everything. But that's a different discussion. With gameplay, because of the fact that a video game is an interactive experience, you can tell a story in ways that you can't with a movie. You can tell a story through the gameplay mechanics. You can tell a story. You can take advantage of the fact that the person is going to have more of a connection with the main character because they are the main character, especially if they created that main character. You see that in the Elder Scrolls games. You see it in Final Fantasy XIV, where that's your character. So you have more of an ability for player exceptionalism than you would if it's just something like Contra. It's one thing where I'm the cool guy shooting the bad guys. It's another thing if I am immersed in a narrative that is telling me I am the shit and there no one else but me can go. Suddenly, I'm way more invested than if you had played a movie where the main character gets told he is the shit. I'm also more invested than if you just put me in a storyless video game with a big muscular guy with a gun. I more believe that the player character is special and can kick ass than I do the Contra character, because I have established canon showing me not only can I kick ass, I have a context for what ass I kicked. I have a context for the growth of my ass kicking. And I have a context for the ramifications of my ass kicking. It's one thing to get to the end of Contra and fight the big thing that looks like it's from a Ridley Scott movie. It's another thing to get to the end of Shadowbringers and find out the truth behind my character's origins after having killed multiple gods and freed multiple people from the thralls of those gods and seeing the political ramifications of my god slaying, and then move on to the secret origins of my character. And now I am on the path to fight the goddess of gods that now matters more than if it was just a big boss and the supplementary material told me this is the goddess of gods. I buy it more. I am more excited from a gameplay standpoint now that I have a canon and a narrative that has sold me on the importance of what I am doing.
Did I hear you say that video games are better at telling the story, or a great vehicle for telling story because you are participating in the story? Like, is that a good distillation of it?
That is one reason, but that's the important reason that I'm focusing on today, yes.
Who's telling the story?
The writer of the game's writer, just like any other storytelling medium.
The game's writer is telling the story of the gameplay choices that you're making?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
You're not telling the story?
You are participating in it.
You're participating in the story, but you're the one telling it because you're the one narrating the story. You're adding the impetus to all of the choices that you make. You're creating your motivations for picking the choices that you pick, right?
Well, at the end of the day, no matter what choices I pick, a writer wrote all the options. Let's look at Fallout New Vegas, or the Fallout games in general at New Vegas. There are a good Fallout game, a real Fallout game, gives you multiple options to solve a problem. I could stealthily sneak in and avoid everybody. I could go.
So we're only talking about Fallout 1 and 2 here, because we can't be talking really about Fallout 3 or 4 or 76.
No, I'm talking about real Fallout 1, 2, in New Vegas. I could sneak through. I could. Oh, my nose is itchy as hell. Or I could.
That's because you're lying, sir.
It's because not the nose thing. I could sneak in. I could talk my way through. I could Caesar's Legion. I could chase him out. I could kill Caesar. I could not kill Caesar. There are options to craft using the building blocks that a writer has provided for me. I can build the story result that I want. But at the end of the day, it is still the product of a writer or team of writers that gave me those building blocks, gave me those options, and led me to that path.
I disagree. And the reason I disagree is because you have reasons that you pick those options. I mean, sure, they can make options. They can go ahead and provide you a list of those options. They'll never be able to provide an exhaustive list of those options, but that doesn't matter That doesn't matter because at the end of the day, even if it's just 2 options, you are putting in all of the work into why those options matter. You have to still make those decisions. You have to narrate why this is the role-playing aspect of non-role-playing games. You have to create why the option plays out appropriately and what makes it fulfilling or not fulfilling. That's you doing the storytelling. That's it. That's not the writer doing the storytelling.
You are more an actor in a play when in a story-based game. It's especially some story-based games, especially anything written by Hideo Kojima. But you are effectively a piece in the story because you are not
stories.
I mean, look, Hideo Kojima, I can't call him good or bad. He is a certain taste. If that is your taste, there you go. But
the only thing he ever
like
did
Yoko
was
Taro.
that Silent Hills demo. That was the only good thing Kojima ever made, ever.
He's a lot like Yoko Taro. He has a very specific thing that he goes for. People like that thing. People hate that thing. I can't objectively judge that thing because it is so its own thing. It's not like I can objectively judge a bad game, that's just bad gameplay. They're so different. That's just, if that's what you're looking for, there you go. But with you're not really writing the story though, because you're not in the development phase.
I didn't say you were writing the story. I said you're telling the story.
But they're still telling it. They're just, if anything, there is always the illusion of choice. It's just a matter of how good is the magician at their illusion. There's the illusion of choice where obviously no matter what option I pick, you clearly have a right one and I lose if you pick the other one. The good skilled magician with the illusion of choice crafted a different path for every option. So I have a choice, but every choice that I made, someone in that dev team, a writer's room, crafted that option, crafted that divergence.
They crafted the option, but you are the creator of why that option matters. Even if you don't have an option. Even if it's literally Dragon's Lair, right? And you're just pressing the button when it tells you to. Like, you have 0.2 seconds to react and press this button because it's Dragon's Lair and that's how the gameplay is. There is no option or choice. Like, you're just going, you do the thing or you lose your quarter. There doesn't even have to be the illusion of choice. It can literally be playing through. It doesn't matter because the gameplay mechanics, and I'm so glad you brought that up. The gameplay mechanics are you telling the story. You're engaging the content. You're adding the import to it. That doesn't make the storytelling good. And the reason that this matters, and of course, there's an exception to everything, right? Like, I'm being hyperbolic when I say all video game stories are bad. Somewhere out there, someone has written a good game. That's a thing. Damned if you can find it. If it's not Battletoads, that's the only good one. But somewhere out there. But we have to, this is my point, we have to liberate ourselves from the idea that enjoyable equals good. Because it's not the same thing. And you can enjoy the story of a video game and it can be bad. But we have to stop pretending that all these things are good just because we like them.
Well, what is a story attempting to, if a story is attempting to get something out of you, an emotional response, and it does so without needing a crutch or needing, like, without a plethora of plot holes and inconsistencies, that is a good story.
No, it isn't. Not automatically.
That is literally what a story is setting out to do. So if it accomplishes those things, it is a good story. If it accomplishes those things on a consistent enough level, because there's always something like you're going to have people that are like obsessed with Undertale, you know, and that's like Spec Ops: The Line with a coat of Earthbound paint. But you have like a story that is well told, well written. The dialogue is well written and realistic. The events of the story are plausible and flow well. Then whether it is in a movie form or an interactive gameplay form, that is still a good story.
Nah.
Like, if the fact that I know multiple people that still to this day tear up at the Shadowbringers ending, or the fact that they've cried during the final dungeon, that's a good story.
I'm going to say it right now. If you're
outside of a cutscene,
if you're crying during a dungeon for any reason other than you want to Minecraft yourself because it's so hard, you need to stop. You need to
When
stop.
the dungeon evoke, because the dungeon itself, that specific dungeon, is tied to the story with the music and the imagery it evokes. The dungeon itself is telling part of the narrative. So it evoke, especially the music. You hear that music that plays, you that part that swells, you start to swell. So
I don't ever swell. Except in the
you
pants.
liar, you know.
No, no. See, in my premise in this is we have to stop pretending these stories are good, because largely, like I said, there are certainly exceptions, right? There's always an exception when we're speaking in generalities, but largely people will say stories are good when they're really bad because they like them or as an excuse for something else. And we have to get away from this because we have to stop pretending all the time. And we go, well, and we do this in a different way with movies, right? Oh, the story's bad, but the movie's great because the special effects are good. The movie wasn't great. It could be better. It could be a lot better if they actually cleaned up that dialogue. But the special effects are good. It's the same thing in video games. This gameplay is trash, but the story's good. No, it isn't. Stop it. It's not good.
It's demonstrably false. Like I said, if the story is successful in telling a story, is trying to tell you a story. It is a narrative. If the narrative is successful in telling that story and getting you emotionally involved, that is a good story. That's what a good story is. And there are advantages to telling a story within the context of a video game because of the interactive and gameplay elements. There are even little things. Good example, Final Fantasy V, to keep it on Final Fantasy because I'm a nerd for that series. There's a scene where a character goes up against the main villain one-on-one, and it is a scene where he sacrifices himself, and they use the gameplay elements to show his struggle when the villain hits him with attacks that brings his HP to 0. In gameplay, you are the player are conditioned that, oh, HP 0, I'm dead. But he continues to fight on. It is using the gameplay elements to show you the struggle the character is going through because he continues to fight on with 0 HP while the villain basically is like, why won't you die? And then after the fight, this character then dies, and he dies in such a way because he gave everything, because we saw he gave everything through a gameplay lens. We were able to more viscerally understand the level in which he gave everything. The healing abilities do not work, and he dies. He has a full final death. Which, by the way, anybody that played Final Fantasy VII, like, why don't they use a Phoenix down on Aerith? They tried that in 5. That was the first time they did it.
Oh, they ripped your heart out in 5, and then they recycled it in 7. Brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal. No, the problem with this is you're mixing the storytelling with the gameplay inherently, like by what you just said. You're saying that the gameplay itself, and again, I'm going to go back to this. You're telling that story. Like, it's important to you because you are the character.
You're not really telling it. Again, there's a writer. You're participating. There's a difference. You didn't sit down and write it. You didn't code the game and put the script in there. So you're not not telling the story, but you are a participant.
I disagree. I disagree with that entirely because there are plenty of things that and this is what I wanted to get to. You said that a story's goal is to evoke an emotion, right? To draw you in and get to an evocative emotion. But there are tricks to shortcut that really, really easily. And
I'm aware. I'm a writer. I'm aware.
Yes, and that doesn't make good writing. That just means you tricked people. But how you trick people into that emotion is to play on what we would consider like a combined experience. But this isn't good storytelling, even though it accomplishes the goal, right?
Well,
like
here's the cheat. All storytelling is tricking you into feeling an emotion. Every of history's great cinematic moments are all a writer tricking you into feeling something. Writing is nothing more than emotionally manipulating people on a large scale. That is at its core what writing is.
But there's a way to do it, which is to deliver a new experience to someone, to create a story, a narrative story. And then there's the shortcut. And we see the shortcut happen in various types of mediums. And one of the best ones is commercials. Television commercials are great at this. What they use is some combination of evocative imagery that doesn't actually instill an emotion into someone. It borrows from a pool of emotions that they're predicting the person has in some way. And so you can see this with really short productions. Like, that's why I said television advertisement's a great sort of model for this. But if I put up something with like a grandparent dying to sad music, I'm not telling a good story because I evoke the emotion of sadness in someone who's lost a grandparent or who can think about losing a grandparent. But by your definition of evoking an emotion is the goal of the story, then it's a good story. That's not a good story just because I hit that emotion. That's a shortcut.
Because first of all, there's levels of good. But
are there?
Well, yeah, we're talking just good on its own. The macro definition of good, because if we then expand, if we open that flower and all the little things are in there, then we are, is it good? Is it excellent? Is it amazing? Is it anything? And then there's what makes that. So if we're just talking good, then the base definition, if you just need to get that hurdle into good, if you just need to get a C, if you just need to pass the class, good is, what did you strive to achieve? Did you achieve it? And did you achieve it? And now, once you've achieved it, did you achieve it through merit or did you achieve it through shortcuts? If you achieved it through shortcuts, that's still worth criticism. But if you achieved it on merit, that is being genuinely, legitimately good. And then from there, we can hash out, was it good? Was it great? Was it excellent?
Okay. Maybe I need to clarify then, because we have set the bar way too low. That's like saying we're going to have a high jump event and I spray paint a line on the ground and you just don't die before you cross it. Right?
Well, here's an example, right? You talk about the grandpa in the commercial.
Yeah.
There's a commercial that I think, for the standards of a commercial, it tells a good story. Now, again, not a great story, but it's a commercial. It was on this compilation. There's an account. It's on YouTube and Twitter. It's called Cursed Commercials. And for April Fools, they will do blessed commercials. Sure. And one of their blessed commercials was I think it was a Taiwanese ad, or it might have been from Thailand. And it just showed, I'm trying to remember the specifics, but it was basically this guy, this poor guy, and it showed his daily routine, and he would do this and that, and then he would give like a little money to this old lady and a kid. It was like something like for the kids, to send the kid to school, and this, and it would show on like all the things he would do, and then it starts out. And I think the first one that shows that the little girl's gone. Where did she go? And then we see the little girl with a backpack, and then we see a couple more things of the things that he did during the day. The little things he did during the day actually affected people. Is it sappy? Yes, but it was not done with shortcuts and swelling music.
I think I've seen this one.
It's a simple, like, minute-long narrative with a setup, a satisfying payoff, and a resolution to the story. Easily understandable, solidly conveyed, didn't need dialogue, didn't need explanations or a ton of this. Bam, bam, bam. Beginning, middle, end. No bullshit. No tricks. We got a conclusive, feel-good ending to a story that we were at least invested in enough that this guy seems nice, and gosh darn it, he seems poor off. I hope things get better for him. Gosh darn it.
So where on the scale of good does that fall? And this is where I probably need to clarify, but I'm curious where you put that on the scale of good. Is that good? Is that excellent? Is it great? What is it?
I'd say it's by commercial standards, it's very good. If you're going to then, okay, well, we're going to put you in the big leagues of like movies and TV. No, get it away from me.
But then I can.
It's very effective. It's very well done, and they deserve to be commended for it.
Then I'll make the controversial statement: you can't tell a good story in an ad. There's no good stories in ads. Because when I'm saying good, I don't mean like we get up to the bar and someone hands you a Budweiser and that's good because you happen to like a Budweiser. This is what I was talking about before. Just because a story does something for you or gets you to some place doesn't make it good. And I probably am ruining this by saying good. Because when I say good, I mean great. I mean the top tier. I mean excellent. I mean excellence in storytelling. And so automatically, if you've got a category that says, well, this is good storytelling for an ad, well, then it's not a good story to me. It can't be, because for a whatever isn't going to be good. You're relying on something else, and that's okay. You can have a great experience with an ad, but no one's going to say, you know what, an ad's a great vehicle for telling great stories.
Well, and
It's limited.
For that definition of good, video games still have good stories. They have great stories. I have been more affected by some of these video game stories than I have film, than I have television. It has advantages. If you have a story you want to tell, there are advantages to a video game that you don't get in a film. You have more time. Final Fantasy 14, bring it back to that.
Oh, God, it's so bad. How can you go? Oh, God.
It's not my fault you have bad taste, okay? We accept you for who you are.
I want to point out that the person making the argument that video games can have good story goes to Final Fantasy 14. Oh, if I could drink this whole bottle.
You're doing nothing but helping my case, Nick. Anybody that's aware of like Heaven's Ward and Shadowbringers is like, yeah, of course he is. It uses the fact that it is long, that it's got the base game, it's got the Heaven's Ward expansion, the Heaven's Ward patch quests, the Stormblood expansion, the Stormblood patch quest, and all that, in order so that it doesn't have to compress a story, that it can let this story element build naturally, that have this larger story element going on in the background, this sort of macro story element with these micro story elements. It allows these things to breathe and grow because it has all this time, because it has all these expansions, while simultaneously using that player exceptionalism, because you spend so much time as your player that you made, so they know, and they've said this, they know you have a connection to that character because A, you made them, B, you've been them for several real world years. So that is another advantage that film does not have, is that level of a connection to the main character that they would have had to, let's say, oh, I relate to that guy, or I like that guy's experience. Whereas in this, the main character is me and I made him. So I have an extra connection, which they can then utilize for the narrative to get you to feel the way they want you to. That is an inherent advantage in the medium that film, just like television has an advantage that film does not have. With the episodic nature, you can let a story go longer. Whereas film has an advantage in that because you are constrained to this time frame, you have to be punchy, you have to flow naturally, quickly, but not too quickly. And it shows skill on the part of the storyteller in that respect. So each medium has their own specific advantages that they can use to tell a good story. A good story, the tale that they're telling, the narrative that they're telling is a well-written, well-told one. That is the standard we're going by as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what weird, ever-changing standard you're using for good, but that's the standard that I'm using.
I concede the point. Your argument is excellent. You can keep your Final Fantasy 14.
I guarantee you, in this case, which is not usual for my appearances, I think this time more of your chat probably agrees with me than you.
They are welcome to. No, I think I have a purpose with this discussion. I really do. Mm-hmm. And I am happy, like I said, I think earlier in the stream, I am happy to be the martyr who dies on this side of the argument, because we have, and this isn't related, this isn't just video games, okay? This is a serious point, guys. This is a serious point. This is not just video games. This is nerd culture, okay? This is all nerdhood entirely. We have this penchant for accepting garbage because it's the nerd stuff we like. And
that's true.
And we have to stop doing it. Now, I'm making a hyperbolic argument. And yes, you can do all the memes you want about the haha, I was only pretending to be retarded. I'm not pretending to be retarded. I legitimately believe all video game stories are bad. You won't be able to convince me otherwise. I'm happy to be incorrect on that, but you will not change my mind. That being said, the reason I bring it up as an argument, even if I do end up losing the proposition because people wrongly think that the video game stories are good, like Final Fantasy 14, which is...
Excellent.
Dear Lord, I'm going to pour this whiskey in my eye.
The fact that all I need to say is remember us, remember that we once lived, and there are like a plurality of your chat will start getting misty-eyed. That
If
is
you
called a
get misty-eyed from that fucking terrible cutscene, I'm gonna come to all your houses and I'm gonna shit in your sink. Oh my god! Oh, there's nothing more angering than
look.
going through Final Fantasy XIV's story.
Look,
It
baby
evoked an
boy, you have
emotion,
the right
all
to be
right.
wrong. It's okay. We still love you.
Oh, if
It's
you're crying out there right now, I'm gonna come take your testicle card away, and I'm gonna go give it to some female to male trans, so maybe they can compete in sports or something. Oh my god.
See, right now you are proving Emmett Selk's point so much.
I don't even know who that is, and I don't like him. Um.
The
So
right people know.
what?
The right people know.
So here we go. Like I said, I'm happy to be the martyr who dies on the wrong side of this argument for the explicit purpose of getting people to consider the stories rather than constantly parroting that they are good. They're not. There are potentially some great stories out there in video games. Potentially. The way that word is bandied about is embarrassing, and it's a reflection of our appreciation of the medium rather than the quality of what we're getting in the medium. And that needs to stop, because that is the overall purpose of this discussion, which is why I'm happy to concede. Happy to concede to you.
Your greater macro point is correct. This is the you have chosen the wrong battle to fight for the right.
I will tell you why it's the right battle to fight. Okay? Because what I did was told a great story by your standards. I evoked incensed emotions from the chat. You kept it cool. I will say you kept it cool. Maybe I told a bad story to you, but the chat was incensed. They were rapt. They were into it. The chat during this discussion was flying by. People were engaged in this. And then what happened was I happily turned that to make my larger point without dishonoring your point. Because you did a very great argument. Very great argument.
Lawyer.
But no, I legitimately want people to really consider the quality of stories that we're consuming and demand better from our storytellers. Because
yes.
I love these guys, I really do. The Fandom Menace is exemplary of this. Star Wars is bad. Bad story. Bad. You can love Star Wars. You can love it. You can love the universe. You can watch everything that Star Wars does. You can be like, I love this shit. It's bad storytelling. George Lucas is a bad storyteller. Great world builder, great universe builder, great ideas guy, great visual visionary. All those things. He's a bad storyteller. Star Wars is very important for what it did to movies, but we need to demand better than Star Wars because we keep getting Star Wars. We're not actually getting worse Star Wars stories. We're evolving past Star Wars, but it's clouded by nostalgia, and we're getting the same Star Wars stories. We need to do this in every single medium that we encounter. And if we're not thinking about those stories because we like the thing, then we're going to forgive the bad shit we're shoveled. So
yes, absolutely. You're absolutely right there. I think it's okay to acknowledge something was good for its time, but like it's not acceptable today. Like Star Wars, I get it. It was based on these old series. It was, recreating this. Okay.
You look at all sci-fi leading up to Star Wars as a film medium. As a film medium, you look at the film sci-fi happening the same year as A New Hope, and you go, "Oh dear God, where were we going with this?" It was bad. It was a mess.
But like we can look at now, we have new sci-fi stories. We can look and say, that Darth Vader father reveal is an absolute ass pull when you actually watch the movie. Like it's those things we have to kind of acknowledge now and stop acting like, oh, Darth Vader, that was the most epic thing ever. It's like, yeah, I understand where that emotion comes from the time, especially if you saw it for the first time and the impact that it had. But now compared to what we know and what we can do, it's like music, because I'm a huge music nut. I'm a giant fucking music nerd. And I will say this, the best music that has ever been made has come out in the last 10 years. I get that the what like
The
these
best
big band.
music in the past 10 years is what you're saying?
Yeah, not
Okay.
pop now. Yeah. Here's the thing, like not shit that's on the radio. That's terrible. But like some of the greatest artists are current. I get a lot of these classic rock bands or these classic music acts and what they did, and I get what they accomplished, but what they did, people have built off that to make something better. Like there is no band currently playing on the classic rock station that is even close to the level of a Devin Townsend. There is no electronic music. I don't care, like the Godfather of House or whatever. And there is no electronic musician that is even in the league of BT. There is no these people that yes, they did great things, but from their great things, more great things were built upon them to make greater things. And I think there needs to come a point where we can establish, yes, old thing good, but old thing not the best, old thing not the standard. We have surpassed that. Appreciate it. Love it today. Because there are lots of old music groups that are, even by today's standards, are still good. But they are not at the Beatles are not the greatest music artists of all time.
My man! We're practically touching dicks on this discussion.
The Beatles are not, yes, for their time. Look, first of all, they were not as revolutionary as you think.
They are important, though. They're important.
Important, absolutely, absolutely. But anything I could say negative about the Beatles, Frank Zappa beat me to it, and he'd say it better than I could. But even if you take what they've done, just without my tastes or your tastes, what they accomplished, people inspired by them accomplished more musically. And then people inspired by those people accomplished more. So even if you love the Beatles, you have to recognize they're not the best. And they have not been the best for decades. And it's the same with movies, like you're saying. It's the same with any genre. There are some exceptions, but they are few. For the most part, what was the top tier then is not the top tier now. The top tier has shifted. What was this was the top. We couldn't go higher. The level cap went up. I'm gonna keep it on the fucking MMO shit. The level cap has raised. That shit is still back in the level 50 days. We're level 80 now.
Let me address a couple things from the chat because these are great. Rhinosaurus Rex says, "What about Warhammer 40K? You must love." Let's see, what did he say? You must love the story to it due to your investment in the universe. You said the key word as to why. There are several games that have built and expanded that story. I think most Warhammer 40K storytelling is terrible. Most of the books have really bad storytelling. They're very basic. There are gems. There are gems in there, and really Prospero Burns is one of them. It's told in a completely unique way from a different perspective, and it informs. Here's the thing about how you have to understand what the way you're telling stories in 40K. You've got a grimdark sci-fi universe. Sci-fi gothic universe, okay? Your purpose of 40K is to get the reader in touch with their humanity in a way that is disarmed by the universe itself. One of the best ways they did this was in might have been Catechism of Hate. I don't remember. It's one of the short stories. I'll figure it out. I need to do a short video on this. One of the best ways they did this, they have there's orcs overrunning a couple space marines and a few humans, and the humans that are left, the basic bitch humans that are left, are they're Imperial Guard, and they fled from a previous battle. They are a disgrace in the world of 40K. These people are the worst, right? They fled because the orcs massacred everybody else to a man. There were no survivors. These guys fled. However, they get reinforced by space marines at the end. And there's these space marines, and the orc charge is coming. And the space marine he's got 5 rounds and a bolt pistol. The bolt pistol, for reference, if you're picking, like I couldn't lift one. You have to be a big human to even wield one. He hands his 5 rounds to this one human because after they ran, they stopped and they decided to fight. They ran the first time, they changed, they decided to fight. And they're there, they're getting ready for this orc charge. And a space marine walks up to these guys, and they've been talking about how he's he's super enhanced or whatever, and he's this genetic monster, and he's a super soldier, and they're just normal people. He comes up and he starts talking to him because he could hear them, right? They were whispering, but he could hear them, and he comes up and he says, I was born on a world that I don't remember. I'll live forever as this super monster, and I'll die in service to the Emperor on a world that isn't mine, that I don't care about, but I'll do it in service of humanity. He says, you are fighting here for your home. And though you showed cowardice at one point, here you are facing certain death, and you're doing it with honor and glory. And when you die and I live, and I go back to my ship, I will record your pathetic human names alongside the heroes of our chapter because you died for something better. And so in this moment, this isn't a great story, by the way. This is a good story. In this moment, you get this glimpse into what makes humans so important, what makes our humanity so important. And you have this ultra Chad Geiga space marine who can kill things with his fingers. And then you have normal humans, and they're standing together, and the space marine is showing respect to the humanity that he can't fear anything. He's incapable of it. That's not heroic. These people were afraid, so afraid that they risked execution and fled earlier, but have chosen to stand now because their homeland is at risk. They chose to do that and stand there, and he's acknowledging the power of humanity is the power to overcome fear, not have it bred out of them. So we get to learn a little bit about humanity and what it is there and what courage is, and apply that in our own lives through this disarming sci-fi goofy universe. That was good storytelling within 40K. Most 40K is not that. Okay? So I want to point that out. Most 40K is not that. You don't get to learn anything about your humanity through 40K. It's just chainswords chopping people up, which I love. But occasionally you get a gem. Second, so that's 40K. I love the universe. The universe allows us to explore these things, and that's great. Not always good storytelling. Someone asked, is Transformers good storytelling? And I will present as evidence that Transformers is the Bible of storytelling, because Starscream bought a nightclub to use music to brainwash the humans and take over the planet. Need I say more? Greatest story ever told. Moses, get the fuck out. You're terrible. You're terrible.
I think even if something like that doesn't reach like true make me think about humanity kind of levels, there is still good storytelling to be told in ignoble media, like a toy commercial. Transformers, within its overall canon, has had moments of good storytelling. Maybe not.
I just said the best one.
No,
you know why it was great? You know why I love that episode? Starscream was right. Megatron always shits on Starscream's plans. The one time Starscream executes his plan, he goes and buys a nightclub and literally brainwashes humans to take over the world. And he was right until Megatron comes and screws it up. It's so good. He's everybody who's ever gone to work, and your manager shits on your good idea, your good performance, or whatever, and claims glory for themselves while being woefully incompetent. Starscream was every man who's ever had a job in that moment. It was beautiful. It was beautiful.
Nick, you're a mystery wrapped in an enigma, and that's why people watch it.
If you can't recognize that was, like, seriously, they prepared children to go be 9-to-5 employees by saying, look, the one shot you get, you're going to finally get it right. No one's going to appreciate it. Your boss is going to shit on it and ruin it, even though you were winning. And then you'll take the blame for it failing. They did it. They gave that to children, and they didn't even know it.
Starscream was the real hero all along.
Starscream's plans are always right. Megatron's plans are always wrong. They always lose when Megatron is in control. The one time Starscream had unfettered decision-making power, he was winning. But no, you can't argue it. No, but I genuinely, without a hint of irony, I concede the point to you. You did very, very compelling argument about good stories in video games. And you listed all the reasons that those stories are good, and you're right. You're right. I want to make that very clear. Like, I'm not being snarky or snide. You're actually right. Your argument is great. I know there are good video games out there. I don't really encounter them because I'm probably just an asshole. I don't play that many games, and I also hate Final Fantasy 14 story because, and this is purely because of the medium. I don't think MMOs should tell a story in the way that they do. Sorry, go ahead. I missed that.
I would have agreed with you until I played it.
Yeah, and I played it and I disagreed, so that's okay.
To be fair to you, the story doesn't start great, and that's largely from the production and like there's a whole story, but
I did play through Shadowbringers, by the way.
Huh?
I did play through Shadowbringers.
I don't believe you.
No, I did, but by the time I got there, I was so tired of the fucking bad story, and when I play MMOs, I really don't want an interruption to my gameplay mechanic experience. That's me. That's on me. But I do hate the Final Fantasy 14 story also.
You know why I don't believe you? You didn't know who Emmett Selk was.
I don't remember because it didn't impact me because I didn't like it. Who's Emmett Selk?
Man. Can you believe this man? You believe this man, people? You see what I'm dealing with right now? You believe this son bitch?
Who's Emmett Selk?
He's the main bad guy of Shadowbringers. He's the dude with the white stripe.
Which one? Which one was Shadowbringers? Like I stopped playing. I played a little bit of Blue Mage, and I stopped playing when that came out. That was the one after Shadowbringers, right?
No, Shadowbringers was until they announced this one coming. It was the most recent. It was the last expansion.
Oh shit! I played through Storm's Blood, and then I played that one, and then I was playing the next one when I stopped. Okay, my apologies. I didn't play through Shadowbringers, so that's why I don't know who that is.
Whatever. Yes, he has become one of the most like popular Final Fantasy characters now from that one expansion.
Is he gay like all the other ones?
No, he did nothing wrong.
But okay, so conceding that I have not played that storyline, I don't know anything about it. I hated every aspect of the storytelling through Final Fantasy 14 because for MMOs, I really don't want it. Like I like the storytelling they do in Dark Souls because it's lore and backstory that you can choose to engage with. I like that. I think that is an appropriate medium for most games, and I think that's a really appropriate medium for MMOs.
I think this is less about the quality of the story and more about your personal taste, which is acceptable. If that's not what you're looking for, that's fine. It's like what I said before.
The purpose of my argument.
Well, it's a matter of like, see, for me and for the people in chat that have been reacting every time I bring up 14,
you're all gay.
I'm fine with it stopping for a cutscene because the cutscene's worth my time. So when it says like, oh, set aside some time, some cutscenes will play in sequence, I'm like, okay, let me go grab some popcorn. I'm ready for this because I'm invested. Now, to be fair, I believe you have to earn the right to do that. If you're going to stop my gameplay for cutscenes, they better be some fucking good cutscenes because I want to play a video game. But if it's fucking good cutscenes, I'm willing to stop playing because what you're going to give me is still I'm playing for an enjoyable experience. So if you're going to say, we're going to pause this enjoyable experience for an enjoyable experience, I lose nothing. So I'm cool with it.
I've never met a cutscene that I wanted to watch ever. Ever in my life. I skipped them if possible. I hated Final Fantasy 11 because you could not skip them, couldn't accelerate them, and they got in the way of my gameplay so much. So I hated them. All right, now that we've had that discussion, I think it was a good discussion, productive. Yeah.
Also, I got to say I'm a lawyer in a debate, so I get to.
Well, let's not get too hasty. Okay, let's I think now is a good time to go ahead and go through the super chats that are here. And we'll wrap up the stream after that. There was a 20 that came in. Here we go. Bad Vibe says a character is 3/4 the actor, 1/4 the script. You wouldn't cast Johnny Depp to play Rambo. Personal projection gives character depth. I think it'd be interesting to have Johnny Depp play Rambo. That'd be weird. They should try that in a parody.
I mean, you say that, but did anyone think Heath Ledger would be a good Joker? before The Dark Knight came out.
No, most people didn't think he would be a good Joker at all.
Yeah. So actors can surprise you. They can surprise.
He was so good at Joker that he died when Joker died.
That's commitment.
No, Johnny Apocalypse, I do not, you trust me, if you've ever watched me boomer through a game, I'm definitely not speedrunning shit. Crusader Saracen says, shit, dog. Cody's back on stream. This is going to be great. I always enjoy talking to Cody. I'm really frustrated when I thought back on how long it's been since you've been on the show.
And I am down anytime. Your stream airs in a perfect time for me. So I am down anytime. I don't catch your streams as much as I used to because I've also got into VTubers and you also tend to stream at the same time they stream some of their good shit. So
you got into VTubers, huh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Really?
I have. Yeah.
Which VTubers do you like?
A lot of the Hololive chicks. They're good. They're great entertainers.
Okay.
Well, like, look.
This man is lecturing us on story. I'm starting to recant my concession.
They're good. They're streamers. I'm not talking about like.
Hey, they're evoking something.
No, let me tell you. You know why I'm into it? Because I know you had a guy on here talking about him. I couldn't watch it because, look, I know there's people that like him. I can't stand Nuxtaku. I can't take him. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I can't stand. But the reason that I watch it, and I'll tell you the real reason that they're getting as big as they are, VTubers are the single most meritocratic form of entertainment to come out in years. Because think of it this way, right? You get a female streamer. What does she do as a shortcut to fame? She streams from her bedroom, so it seems more intimate. She puts the camera downwards so you can see down her cleavage. She'll just eat, so it's like, oh, we're on a date. VTubers can't do that. The animated avatar gets in the way of that. And if you're a male,
and everybody has there's no genetic advantage to
right.
The only possible genetic advantage is voice.
Right. And if you're a male streamer, what are the shortcuts the male streamer, right? They'll mug, they'll overreact. The Markiplier shit. Oh god, a horror game. Blah. They can't do it.
I hate them for ruining my children.
The facial tracking can't get all that. So what are you left with? You have to be charismatic. You have to be engaging. You have to be entertaining. It's the only way you can survive as a VTuber. And because of the semi-anonymity of the avatar, it allows a lot of people that would otherwise be socially, awkward to come out of their shell and be entertaining. So I never thought it would be like this. When I first heard of it, I thought it was the dumbest idea. It was the most cringy shit. I didn't realize until I saw him. You live and die as a VTuber by how charismatic and entertaining you are. You can't survive if you're not. So, that's why Hololive is so huge, because the talent scouts in that company are second to none.
Why haven't they talked to me?
They're one of these streamers, Akai Hachima. She took a fucking a punishment. Like, she was on stream with some other VTubers and she lost some competition. So they made her stream as the way she used to act in her old streams before she came out of her shell, and we all found out she's a lunatic. So they say, okay, well, as your punishment, you have to be your old persona. Not only did she do that, she parlayed that using memes people made about how different she is into a fucking ARG story arc that she's doing right now that is the most surreal shit. It all from just on the fly, on a spur of a moment. She's created this whole thing that's just captivated people. That's being an entertainer, and a damn good one. And that's why I'm into it, and that's the real reason they've blown up. It's not about the cute anime girl aesthetic. The successful ones can use that aesthetic to boost the entertainment that they're making, whether it's the contrast or
I mildly disagree, because I think there is a shortcut by having the anime persona, not the anime persona, the anime imagery. While I agree that within the field of that, it is a cutthroat, purely capitalistic meritocracy, right? But that is necessarily a shortcut past other very charismatic streamers. And so I think that you have to treat it as a separate entity from everything else.
I'll tell you why I disagree, because there is no shortage of cute anime girls, period. Not just in VTubing, in anime itself, in video games, and even among VTubers, most of them are cute anime girls in their avatar. So that's the appeal has been watered down to nothing because it's so prevalent.
No,
It's
no, no,
just
no. I disagree, and I'll tell you this. Like frankly, uh, if I were truly King Grifter of 2020, which I am, but if I were to beat me in the grifting competition of 2020, what I would have done is pivoted to covering anime exclusively. And I would have been had I decided to actually like delve into anime, like me personally, based on the audience I had developed and stuff like that, had me personally delved into anime explicitly, like really learned everything about anime that I could, and genuinely brought anime stories like akin to Hero Hey or whatever, I would be more successful than I am today. Because
I see what you're saying about the anime thing now. I think I misunderstood earlier.
yeah,
But while that doesn't, that is going to bring in that aesthetic. But it's a matter of, can you keep them? And that's what makes
I would have had to
them.
work. I would have had to work to keep them. Is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
like good example, the big one right now, Gargura, over 2 million subscribers, huge numbers on her streams. She had a perfect storm of many different things that brought eyes to her. But because she's a very good streamer, she kept those eyes. If she didn't have that ability to entertain, the eyes would have been on her and then would have left. But because she is as good as she is at what she does, those eyes came to her and they stayed. And that's why it's blowing up as a medium, and that's why I watch them, because even with all the anime girl aesthetic, some of the best entertainers on YouTube, which is great because there hasn't been as much good shit on YouTube lately. So they're filling a void, and they're doing it really well. That's why, like, even if you're put off by the anime girl aesthetic, I would still recommend checking some of them out, because there's so many different ones that offer so many different things, and they are some of the best streamers. Just putting on a show streamers on the
I
internet.
I agree, but I think the medium that they're working in attracts an audience that is decidedly loyal. And think about the anime audience in general. They are overwhelmingly loyal. They will stick with us. People watch all of Sailor Moon. Like that's my case in chief. Your Honor, people watch all of Sailor Moon. I rest my case. They are fanatically loyal. Look at how voice actors have built a career while they're getting paid pennies. Like they're getting paid pennies by the studios, but they built a career because the anime community, for whatever reason, whatever mix up makes them fiercely and utterly loyal and willing to engage in long content, long lines, and willing to spend money. And to spend money at a rate that other fandoms do not do it. That's why I was
agree with
saying,
that.
yeah, and so that's why I put a little bit of they're brilliantly capitalistic. I don't want to say opportunistic. That sounds slimy. I don't think they're slimy. I think they recognized a need. I think they recognized the market, and I think they did really well. But I don't actually think it's a fair comparison to other YouTubers because of the specific community that they're targeting and the way that community interacts. I don't think most of YouTube works that way because live streaming didn't even exist on YouTube. I think when I started, live streaming was new, and after I started, super chats existed. And so when you saw, like, it's funny to watch me on the super chat chart video, like climb up to like number 6 in the world for a little bit, and then to watch the VTubers exist. And they crushed everybody. It's not even close. It's not even close. You have to go something like 40 people down the line to get to a non-VTuber. It's insane how
in that area, yes, you are right. You are right in that it is an audience that is more predisposed to loyalty and to like, I guess loyalty is just, I don't even need to add any other qualifier, but you still have to earn it, but
Yeah.
it is a more bountiful treasure chest if you can dig it up.
I think within the medium, it's a really interesting, cool capitalistic system. I just think that I think it's a separate medium than the rest of YouTube, just because it happens to take place on YouTube. And YouTube probably deserves some more categorization in general to like have intelligent discussions about it. Cause someone goes, "Oh, you do a YouTube channel. I want to do a YouTube channel." It's like, well, okay. If you're going to do a lawyer YouTube channel, here's who you'll be competing with and how, and here's what you can kind of expect. And it's going to be a tough road because there's really not like it's hard to attract a legal audience. And then if you want to be like a weirdo YouTube channel where I'm a British guy who spends money, you can like go do that and it's a completely different competitive field with a completely different audience and completely different models for it. So I think the stratification of those is really helpful.
I get what you're saying. I still kind of lump them together like as streamers, as entertainers in general. But in the realm of the big umbrella of entertainers, I think some of the best on YouTube right now are largely VTubers because they're very good at keeping that audience. And a good example of why they're blowing up too is someone showed a comparison between an e-thought and a VTuber, where the e-thought was.
Did you watch my thought stream? Or did you see anything from it?
I don't remember what you're talking about. Thought stream.
Oh my God.
You've had many thought streams.
On Twitch for 10,000 subscribers on Twitch or 10,000 followers on Twitch.
Oh, that fucking thing. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that stream. Yeah, that fucking thing. Yeah.
Easily my highest performing Twitch stream by miles. By miles. I reject your VTuber argument.
You put on a show. That's the thing. Like it was the comparison, right? With the e-thought that was like you don't have $5 to give some
Invader V.
Comparing that to a VTuber, one of the HoloLive English girls that basically said, "Don't give me money if you can't afford it. Take care of yourselves first." Like that, it's good entertainers on a loyal audience that not only are good at keeping the audience but appreciating the audience. It's a perfect storm for success.
Okay, let's get through these. I'm starting to fade. I've been streaming a lot for the past couple days, and I got like several hours tomorrow too. Ugh. Clay Davis says Cody Bayer, not Bayer. God damn it! But wait, it's Bayer, not Bayer.
Bayer. Yes, that's what I was saying. I keep telling you.
I'm stuck on Bayer aspirin. Cody Bayer on Nick's stream. Shit. What?
Get every E and I, damn it.
Salt says yearly reminder that Ron is an abuser and allegedly his behavior was so unhinged that his child started having behavioral problems, while Rial also attempted to rationalize Ron's behavior. She's never apologized for Ron's behavior, including when his child was saying the N-word on stream. Which is so funny. So funny. Night of Hopek says, I mean, there was a path to voice acting 20 years ago, but in American stuff, Fox shows, Disney films, etc. But these people were working as subcontractors for a customer 1,000 miles away that had no cash or sense of quality control. It wasn't competitive. Crusader Saracen says, Cody is always a great stream guest. Happy Chinese New Year's to both of you and to the chat. He says, I believe that betrayal is the greatest of evils, especially betrayal of a friend. And more than that, I believe that the wage for treachery should be suffering. The best part is that these snake VAs have inflicted their own suffering onto themselves. Malik Foxon says, it's easier to just roll with it when people say you're a furry when you do the art rather than deny-splaining when you draw the stuff anyway. Largely, people care for 5 seconds and then they get on with their lives. With the exception of Kiwi Farms, it's all lulz.
I've heard it so often, I'm just kind of bored of it now. I rolled with it for a while, and then you kept doing it. It's like
the one thing like that I would say,
same joke for 5 years.
The warning I would give to anybody entering the YouTube space or whatever is there's a place called Kiwi Farms. They have a right to say everything that they say, and they should continue saying it. You should not base your decisions on what they say.
Yeah.
That's
I said on, I think, Gator's stream, Like I'm pretty neutral. Kiwi Farms both way. Like, you know, they've done good, they've done bad. But you should the one area where Kiwi Farms should like affect what you do, live your internet life trying to make the most boring Kiwi Farms thread possible. Don't get material for a good Kiwi Farms thread. If you get a Kiwi Farms thread, it should be like boring shit that everyone's like, you just don't like the guy. You just have a vendetta. Get this shit out of here.
Yes.
Make your internet footprint a boring one for Kiwi Farms, and you will have a much easier time.
Right. Right. Malik, wait. Mike Knight of Hopex says Mother's Basement was right about the term anime. The only reason people didn't listen to him on the right-leaning side of the anime community is because it's Mother's Basement and we rightly hate his guts. Artistic movements aren't religions or ethnicity. Yash Ken says, hey, Nick, my friend and I are planning to go to Anime Matsuri. Hopefully I get to see you there. Also, what do you think is about to happen if cancel culture keeps ramping up? I'm thinking people will snap and start taking down people with them. You know what the good thing about cancel culture is? They're ADHD. And they are very hyperactive, right? But they're also attention deficit. And when they're starved of attention in a particular thing, they think they've won, they move on. And that thing kind of opens up. They may come back to it, but right now, cancel culture is focused heavily on, bigger media. Their targets passed up the little people, and they're focused on bigger media. And you have to get to a certain size. So there's a nice middle ground right now where people can kind of coast below their radar. Night of Hope says, I think the best way to refute Nick on this is just to recommend him games with great stories and storytelling. That would be a terrible way. I was hoping he would do that because I just say, no, it's bad. Because all his refutation would be, no, it's good, and here's why. And I could say, no, it's bad. So that wouldn't have been good. I think he chose the right path. That, and maybe point out how you can use the same kinds of story structure and techniques in games as you can in books, films, and television. But they don't do it as well. R2D2 said, I'm joking.
Well, you shouldn't, though. Like, you should use the fact it's a game rather than just being a playable book or movie.
Right, and part of my point is that there are a lot of playable books and movies. Like, I made a joke about Dragon Slayer, but that's because I didn't want to talk about things like Uncharted, The Last of Us, that are, like, these are playable movies, and I think those are trash.
Yeah.
And then I hear people like,
I like that, like, overly cinematic rail, like playing on rails shit.
My buddy said, I'm going to bring you this great game. It's called Heavy Rain, and you're going to play it and you're going to love it. And I fell asleep while playing it. I'm like, this is the most boring, atrocious thing ever. And it's like, no, the story's great. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's cheating all the time. Heavy Rain is trying to make me feel bad because I have kids and he loses a kid. And God, I didn't even get much farther than that because it was so fucking boring. I hate it. R2D2 says, yo, Nick, my ninja, I be beeping and booping for the bitches. They think it's cute. Once they rub the top of my head, I start dancing and chirping, and my pleasure devices accidentally pop out. Next thing you know, dim legs be up, and I be drilling them, yo. Ask Padme. Night of Hopex says, if I was going to debate this, I would say games like Spec Ops, The Line, and The Stanley Parable are widely regarded as well-written interactive stories, and any game can have a 3-act story, foreshadowing character growth, dialogue, and all that stuff. Oh, I didn't mention this. That was the problem with the father reveal on Darth Vader. Is in a well-constructed story, you would have been able to go back and go, oh, that's how a twist is supposed to happen in a good story.
Yep.
And you just can't. It was completely out of left field. Night of Hope says, I mean, I consider all Marvel movies to be shit, but clearly they're well written. They're not. They're well produced. That's a different thing.
I won't say they're shit. They're just okay. Like
I think they do what they're supposed to do. I really like watching them. Like, don't get me wrong. Yeah. I enjoy the shit out of a Marvel movie, but I don't get fulfilled from it. I don't learn much from it.
They're fun, but they're not gripping. They're not engaging, but they're fun.
Winter Soldier was really good. Like Winter Soldier was
better than others. But on the whole, they're just fun, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's fine, by the way. Good writing and plot consistency doesn't even always mean great story. Yes, that's the point. Great stories have transcendent value, insight, timelessness, etc. And I think almost all video games don't actually meet that. There may be some. I have another way to short circuit Nick's argument, which is that he enjoys Dragonlance. well, I enjoy it. I didn't say it was good. From what I understand, Dragonlance is based on a campaign. The creators played as a game originally, as were many other well-written fantasy novels. In other words, I don't think just because you participated in the creation of a story, you somehow automatically being tricked into thinking it is better than it is. I think you're being obstinate and going way too far with that premise. Plainly silly. Well, you're onto something there. But Dragonlance isn't a particularly well-written series just because I happen to really, really like them. But a lot of that has to do with when I was reading them and my nostalgia of it. Snack Sheet says, look up Silence of Love, Thai Life Insurance commercial for an example of how a good story in a commercial. I think that might be what... Bunny Bootsink says, what are your takes on the visual novel genre and video games when it comes to storytelling? If you ever show me a visual novel, I will show you the back end of an axe.
Visual novels are by and large bad, but the good ones make you forget they're visual novels. When I think of the good visual novels, I think when I played it, someone had to remind me they're a visual novel, like the Phoenix Wright games. I'm not into those, but I have friends that are. I respect them. It's just not my thing. But the Hotel Dusk games on the DS, fantastic. They're visual novels. I didn't think of them that way. It just felt like I was like an interactive mystery book when I was like putting together the clues and everything. But technically, visual novel. A good visual novel doesn't feel like what you think of when you think of a visual novel.
I will never find a good visual novel because of my prejudice against them. I would rather just read a book than play a visual novel. When I sit down to play a game, I don't want a book. Like I want something different. I will never find a good visual novel. I won't play them. The only thing I've played that's a visual novel is Phoenix Wright, and I hated it. I had to do so much to make that tolerable. Like I had to do the voices and all that stuff. And that was part of the way I played through it. I just can't. I don't ever want to see them. Let's see. Knight of Hope says, I don't know. I wouldn't die on the hill of intellectual dishonesty. Oh, then you, sir, are not fit to be a martyr. You're definitely right. We accept low-quality writing and poorly constructed stories in nerd culture. That's beyond correct. I wish you could just be happy enough to make that point by itself. Knight of Hope, you can't make that point by itself because people don't think about it when you do. And that's a fact. Because people know that point and they still ignore it. They just don't think about it. They go, oh, well, yeah, of course they do. And then they forgive all of the things that are on their list to forgive. So you have to get past it. That's my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Sage Emerald says, all right, so if I'm a writer, what the fuck do you expect me to do? Better. The night one, the end. Are you happy? No. Shouldn't I just Minecraft myself by your standards? Maybe. Why try? Don't. Or live. Maybe stop. I can never be good. Final Fantasy 14 sucks, Cody. Use Red Dead 2 or anything else.
Oh, what's the matter? Do you need your stories to look like real life because you're insecure about the pretty anime people? I get how it is. Okay.
Knight of Hope says,
when people are too pretty, I get it.
I mean, Cody's idea that emotional response equals quality really isn't precise enough to be correct, and it is a deflection that is used to defend bad media a lot. Being pulled in by a story, being riveted is a goal of good story, but not the substance. Ed Gein says, ooh, now we're getting cloudy again. I love it. Ed Gein says the only good thing Star Wars did was lead to movies being shorter and some of the video games. Honestly,
real quick, to that person's point, that was one aspect of a larger thing with multiple points. It was not just the emotional response. It was all these other points.
Nope, I deemed it the only thing. Honestly, I don't know how you can say video game stories are bad when Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga exists. You have beclowned yourself. Eat a dick. Soki Johnson says, if you want a great example of immersive, interactive storytelling in a game, look to Valve, like in Half-Life 2. It's a great example of show don't tell. You are dropped into 1984 style world that is lived in. It's set a high standard few have reached. No, I like that type of storytelling in games. That's what I was saying with Dark Souls, where you can interact with it or you experience it. I think that's the ideal way for video games to go. Personally, it doesn't make them good. Malik Foxon says, Rackets, I think you just found your topic for EFAP. I think you should pitch the storytelling discussion to Mahler and Rags, because this shit is right up their alley, and this is something I'd love to hear their opinion on too. Knight of Hope says, what makes that story you told from Warhammer 40k any different if you were playing as the character? Well, There's a lot. Which character? If you hear him make a quip about how he admires their humanity and bravery in the face of fear as you fight, same scenario. Wrong, because you're not going to die as a character. That's an artifact of the story. Same scenario, same dialogue. What's different? A lot. A lot of it is different. Night of Hope says they made all these same arguments about TV and film not being able to tell stories like novels. Clearly, they're just different. This is a boomer issue, I guess. Sorry, I hate that word, lol. No, don't hate the word boomer. It's beautiful. Bad Dragonite says, I agree. Games can be better. Gaming is the only medium that can make you experience the thoughts of a character, possibly even more. You're telling the story. More than even books by putting you in the situation, but it's usually indie games that take advantage of it. Night of Hope says, think what you're talking about is pre-existing audience. So now we're on to VTubers. I don't think it's a shortcut if you end up not holding on to your audience. Cody's right. I don't think we were disagreeing there. Crusader Saracen says,
I think he's just saying that that's more of a factor than I was saying was a factor.
Maybe. Crusader says, Cody, if Funimation at one point was good, how did it become shit staffed with such shit people?
Complacency and having their egos fed constantly. It was, we're number one. We don't have to try anymore. There's more and more. It's like, we're number one. Who gives a shit? Yeah. And while everybody said, God, Funimation, you're so great. So their heads get bigger. So
being number one and then eventually kind of being the only game in town. I mean, everybody else is a sideshow, which is unfortunate.
They used to care, and now they fucking don't.
Night of Hope says there's great clips out there that show the highlights. Just send Nick some of the highlights when they're doing interesting things or being funny, etc. For someone like Nick, he needs to see something other than the stream to understand the appeal. Are you talking about Final Fantasy?
VTubers.
Oh, VTubers.
I guarantee you, because there's a lot. That's how everybody gets started in VTubers. They see a funny clip, and that's how you go down the rabbit hole.
I think people are misinterpreting my statements about VTubers. I'm not in any way trying to demean their storytelling ability. I think it's necessary to separate them for the purposes of discussing what's going on YouTube. Because I think we need to separate everybody. So it's not meant in any way to demean their talent. It's really not. Xander's Rant says, Digibro hates cutscenes and skips all the cutscenes in games and thinks all JRPG stories are the worst anime stories. Well, now I love them all.
Digibro? Is that the company you want to keep, Nick?
No, what are you talking about? I've always loved all cutscenes. And JRPGs. Also, Digi was a My Little Pony reviewer and said it's great, which you said 2 episodes were great. Well, yeah, those 2 episodes were. So, Nick, are you saying you and Digi think alike? No, because I think and Digi deserves the wall. Night of Hope says, I said regions, not religions. You did it twice. Oh, Nick, look, the text is small on Streamlabs and I can't enlarge it. It's important, the difference between those 2 words. God damn it, man. Where did you say regions? I don't even know where you said this. Bad Dragonite says, agree, Winter Soldier was good. Also, the only Marvel movie to actually affect the spinoff shows any meaningful way with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. having a great twist from the Hydra stuff. You realize, Night of Hope, that I'll never be able to read regions when you write it now? I'm always going to read religions. Some nagger says Nick's favorite video game story is Honey Select. Facts. Also, has Cody ever heard of Fruit of Grisaya?
That name sounds familiar, but in a way like I may have heard him mentioned once or twice. I haven't seen it.
Visual novel where the main character is a base child soldier. Also, Dancing Mad is a fucking banger.
It is a banger.
Rhinosaurus, I didn't miss your super chat. I just haven't gotten to it. Night of Hope says, all right, point taken. I can see that. Glad we had this talk, lol. Malik says, okay, so if I understand correctly, good storytelling is something that teaches you something or as an overlaying message that you can use outside the story, like to learn a life lesson by your standard. Am I getting that right, Nick? No, that's just storytelling. That's just storytelling. Good storytelling is doing that extremely effectively. Which I can teach you a life lesson without it being good. I can just walk up and kick you in the balls and do that. Let's see. Robert Levito says, lucky for Cody, Nick will be on the VTuber grift soon. I do have a VTuber avatar. I do.
Well, now here's the thing. Is it just you animated? Because if it is, you're not a VTuber.
Someone made it for me. I don't. It's...
To be a VTuber, You have to be playing a character. You can't just make an. If it's just you, that's just you with an animated avatar. A VTuber, it's a virtual YouTuber. You
Hey,
have to be playing a character that is not you.
hey, Wig, I literally don't know how to show it because I haven't had time to sit down and open it yet. But I saw it on Bakamatai's channel, and I will get it. I will get it set up, and we'll use it on Twitch, and we'll have fun. Blaine20 says legate. Squally says, so maybe grift that GoFundMe, eh? We did a little bit. Look, I can't tell people to donate a bunch of money if the case might be over. If the case comes back on appeal, I will grift the GoFundMe until God tells me to stop. But until it does, I can't do that. Sage Emerald says, Phoenix Wright, great story though. You will never liberate me, Nick. Stop. You better stop. CJ says, Cody stands with Bullet. Yes, he does. Asia Frazier says, people keep claiming that Redo of Healer and Shield Hero are misogynistic, but they were both written by women. Redo of Healer is great, and Cody is objectively wrong. Everything about it.
I haven't heard anything about Redo of Healer being written by a woman. It seems like a female name, but that could just be a pen name. I haven't heard. I know Shield Hero was written by a woman, but Redo of Healer, I'm not sure. Especially the way Redo of Healer is written. Look, it's either by a very bitter man or that woman's got some fucking daddy issues.
No, you're wrong. Women are more brutal than men.
Oh, trust me, I know. With the thing that they're into in the bedroom, yes, I get it. But
no, not even into the bedroom. I mean,
premise alone and the extended scenes, that lady.
I mean, actually, like viciously brutal too. So I've been doing live streams with Yellow Flash every Saturday where we would talk about Redo of Healer, each episode as it comes out. And so has that Star Wars girl, and Cecil and Tug, and we had someone else on there. Oh, Raging Golden Eagle, and there's one other person. Anyway, we all watch it, when it comes out, and then we talk about it and do a review and kind of laugh. The second episode, which is a really brutal one, right, with the hot poker, all of us are like, damn, that was brutal. And Anna's like, he should have used the poker. He's like, that bitch deserved it. It's like, Jesus Christ, lady. Like, she was way more vicious than any of us. So I actually believe Redo may have been written by a weak woman.
You know what? You might be right. I think you might have convinced me there.
Yeah. Mr. Obvious. Sorry.
It reads like a bitter man wrote it, though. It reads like a bitter man wrote it.
I think it reads like a weak woman wrote a bitter man. And a bitter man may be a weak woman. This is Zhang philosophy.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, can't argue that.
I like Redo of Healer because it's so it's simultaneously so shocking and so mundane. Because when you really get down to it, it's like, okay, the revenge rape fantasy that they're selling in Redo of Healer, it's shocking that it's occurring on screen because nothing can occur on screen that's even mildly interesting anymore. But it's not shocking because, like Anna said, he should have used the poker. Like, he should have rammed. Like, this guy was raped and brutalized for his entire existence, and he gets the chance to do revenge while healing them and forcing them to re-endure psychological trauma, and he doesn't ram a hot poker in her ass and then heal her. Like, he doesn't do that over and over. Like, he stops at just having sex with her, I guess. I don't know about this. I'm not sure about this. Like, it's
well,
both.
No, if you want that, the Overlord novels have plenty of that. It's just not rape revenge, but it's a lot of that same kind of like torture with healing shit is in there.
Right, but what I'm saying is, it's not about like what is happening. It's the idea that it's so shocking, but it's also not really that shocking. Like, because rape revenge stories have existed for a long time. I Spit on Your Grave, which was made in 1978 or 79 and got a remake in 2010, 2011, and then 2 sequels where, okay, it's like, okay, it's got rape in it. It's really uncomfortable. And then it's got the revenge in it, which is mildly uncomfortable. And you're like, okay, so this exists. This is already a thing. It's acceptable mainstream genre. That's the crazy thing. Last House on the Left has existed for 40 years and it got a remake too. Like, the rape revenge genre it's not out there. Some reason it's out there on Redo of Healer, but then you sit there and you're like, if I was doing this revenge, it'd be way worse. So that's what is enthralling to me about it. Andrew War Snowboard says, I applied for a department supervisor position at work recently. Here's to hoping I get it. It would BTFO my feminist boss. I hope you get it too, buddy. Automata says, you wrong, son of a gun. The characterization and psychological elements of Silent Hill 2 are fantastic. Stop. Angry Baneling says, your video game takes are bad. How do I ban you? You can't. You can't. I am your god here. No one important. Thank you for the donation. He also says, shippers and Fujoshi need to be sent to the moon.
Yes.
Uriah Wright says, send the Fujoshis and consluts to the ranch. Luminaire says, Shadowbringers is awesome. Thanks, Cody. Nathan Pudrier says, just arrived to the stream. Is there any update you can give us on the Vic Appeal, or is there no change? There's no change. This is a while back. Hopefully you picked that up. F-Name, L-Name says, shekels for my libel, but I meant a community on YouTube because I don't have any other socials. Oh, yes. I try not to flood people's community page on YouTube, but I probably should anyway. Blaine20 says, my anniversary is the 10th and 11th whenever Monica posted the definition of harassment and said she was getting off Twitter only to show up the next day.
That's a good one.
Blaine20 says, Erica posted DMs from Faisal on Twitter saying Vic was not banned and that Stan had returned. So does that mean Faisal lied in his affidavit? I don't remember. No one important says they spent so much money to get to Nick in the GoFundMe for nothing. Blaine20 says, even progressives know that anyone who will hashtag me to someone is dangerous and bad for business. Anime Moon says, just donate another 10 to the Vic GoFundMe just to once again stick it to these heathenist thoughts. Get wrecked, Sabbath. Blaine20 says, speaking of Popat, he replied to me recently by trying to mock me, but he'd misunderstood what is said. It's probably time to put him to pasture. Wemmy Woo says, check your Fetty account.
I will be right back. I really have to use the bathroom.
I'm going to just keep reading. Check your Fetty account. I sent some fan art. Oh, Jesus. What did you... All right, I'll show it on stream here. Here's the fan art. It says, my shirt says, I heart legal eagle. It says, please talk to chat. There's a minor disaster at my house right now. Yes. Yes, there was. My furnace was rattling. Turns out all I had to do was make it stop rattling, but the furnace was rattling. And when your furnace makes noise, you got to pay a little bit of attention, just in case. But so thank you for that. Zyagax says, bring back the smooth brain Shane Holmberg for today's anniversary. Never again. I don't want to ever talk to that person. Bones Cutlass says, Monica just mad Vic didn't put her bean in his mouth. SM Skorks 89 says, hey Nick, are you going to talk about Funimation's third lawsuit in 2 years? Maybe. They actually, I think, have more lawsuits than that, but maybe. I got to pull the documents. I'm just focused on impeachment right now. I haven't been doing short videos because it's so much streaming and I just haven't had time. I'm so tired. Tyagax says, Nick, I think I'd rather get voice acting lessons from you listening to your impression of Monica and Jamie than Jamie, period. Amateur Ant says, Anti-Fifi and the like are all the actual racist and Second World War germs of this century so far. SMDH, the gaslighting and hypocrisy is unreal. YouTube is censoring words big time. Yes, lots of words being censored lately. Blaine20 says, all this Jamie bashing reminds me of when a couple of her relatives came to my work. Even they think she's nuts. Red Mage 13 says, I've definitely seen my share of people in the industry that are absolutely terrible people when not around fans. Very few are authentic and genuinely nice. I should say, I have it on very good authority that Sean Schemmel is disliked by basically everyone in the industry, and they're all pissed that they have to put up with him because he's Goku, because he's such an insufferable cunt. And that might be a direct quote. You'll never know. XPGP88 says, I support the I Stand With Vic movement, as myself was falsely accused of assault as an elementary school student. It's a traumatic wound that never heals.
Back.
Welcome back. Blaine20 says, hashtag we stand with Gina. Rumor has it Disney freaked out by the fan reaction. Good. He says, I'd like to see Gina make a comic with EVS. He said he'd love to. Well, of course he would. It would sell millions of copies, or millions of dollars worth of copies. Amateur Ant says, stop buying cell phones every year too. I've had mine for about 3 years so far. It's a Samsung, still works great. No. I use my cell phone literally more than anything else I own. I'm going to buy a cell phone every time I think I should upgrade it. You don't have to, but I will. Ash Ukihime says, "Hey, Nick, can you share this GoFundMe? One of my closest friends recently lost her dad due to cancer. It hits close to home. Thank you. It's called Funeral and Expense for the Perez Family." So you guys can check out that GoFundMe, Funeral and Expenses for the Perez Family. Marius 007 says, to quote a crappy Star Wars movie, they win when they make you feel alone. You're not. Easy. Thank you for the donation. Amateur Ant says, comics always matter with your boy Wade Lamau. Joshua Vidrine says, Cody, thank you for the based and white pill takes tonight. Nick, thanks for having him on. I need this to push to buckle down and learn game making. Good luck. Angry Baneling says, don't make me catch a flight to Minnesota, boomer. Stop. You can't get to Minnesota because you're stuck in good video game stories that aren't good. Cow Chips Bought Me says, why aren't these streams uploaded to BitChute or a podcast app? One, because BitChute has problems processing videos and I don't want to fucking deal with it. Having enough trouble with YouTube doing it. I'll probably mirror to Odyssey very soon. YouTube is ass. Listen, at the end of the day, YouTube pays me and BitChute and Odyssey wouldn't pay me as much. The podcast app, I'm working on. It's a pain in the dick. And all of this stuff is more time. And right now I'm spending a very large amount of time creating. So I'm working on it. It'd be nice to have better functionality while driving for work. I know. And that's why I want to get the podcast app up. But Google made something really irritating with podcasts and directing the podcast feed to them. That's the big problem with Google, okay? And since they made it inconvenient, it makes it harder for me to actually get it to happen because I have to physically contact Google. And if you've never done that, just take a hammer and bash out all your teeth and then eat the hammer. That's what it's like. Psych Soap, aka Schizo Madcap, says somebody put up the Contra button configuration. CJ says Fallout. You must mean the Wastelands FPS Baka. Amateur Ant says a good game always gives 3 choices. Broken Guy says, hey, Nick, how about visual novels? There are many good visual novels. Nope. Timothy Reaper says Katamari Damacy has the best video game story ever. I don't know what that is.
That's the one where you roll the big ball and everything gets caught on the ball.
Oh, okay. Wrong. Best video game story ever is Custer's Revenge. Carnicle Blackburn says Planescape Torment, anything made by Obsidian really, Persona 1 through 5, Radiant Historia, you're being a boomer. Nah. Don Gamer Guy says Nick's arguing objective with subjective. Carnicle Blackburn says, until art's presented of a book, don't we all imagine a book's events differently? That's analogous to a player's actions in a set story. Also, Disco Elysium. Kyra says, someday you go through the rain. Someday you feed on a tree frog. Tyrannosaurus Rex says, Nick, Halo CE to 4 has a great story to it. Great? Eventually, CE individually. Halo 5 is a garbage story, but fun gameplay. The story isn't always tied to gameplay. Robert Stratton says, Cody has reified Marshall McLuhan. Just saying.
I don't know.
Reified? Reified? I don't know what that means. I don't know who Marshall McLuhan is. Neff says, holy shit, a Devon fan. Yes, best ever. Go Devon, go Canada. Yes, 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 yes.
And genius. One of the greatest of all time.
Alex Blackfoot says, Fallout 1 and 2 playthrough when rackets. Oh, God, do you hate me? Do you know how much time that stuff takes? Marius 007 says, different mediums tell different stories in different ways. Gameplay and interactivity are part of video games like speech bubbles are part of comics, and limited time is part of film. Yeah. Clement Poe says, soccer or cancel soccer? And how many hours have it been streaming today? I like soccer. I don't know what that means. Oh, balls or no balls? Saying balls or no balls. Cody, balls or no balls on your futa?
Futa is for gays.
That's not an answer. Good dodge, Mr. Oh, I'm good at debate. Balls or no balls?
I don't do futas because I'm not gay.
Listen, do you see this, chat? This is who you're handing your W to? Someone who won't even answer a question? This is a simple question.
Well, yeah. When was the last time you stopped beating your wife?
Look, balls. Balls or no balls?
You're gay then. You got a little gay in you. Maybe a little bisexual. I don't know.
Balls or no
Your
balls?
wife now? maybe you can get another dude in there. I don't know.
Look, like Ron White said, everybody's a little bit gay. Balls or no balls, you got to answer the question.
I don't like fudas. I don't have weird paraphilias.
I don't like fudas either, but balls or no balls.
Don't put a dick on there. Look, the only time.
But if the dick is there,
is if she's fucking a woman, because then that's just nature's strap on.
right? Okay, so fuda banging a chick, balls or no balls?
I'm not paying. I don't know.
You just gave a plausible, reasonable example for fudas, and now you're backing away from it. You can't do that.
Because this is a weird thing that I don't think about. I don't know what to tell you. I don't want there to be a dick on the girl.
But when there is, and you don't have a choice about whether or not there is a penis, should there be balls or not? This isn't hard. You're an expert.
Know. What do you want? I don't know.
What do I want? I just want an answer.
There.
This isn't even hard. This is just an answer of any kind.
You're like ask me what's my favorite mumble rap artist. I hate them all. I don't have a favorite. I don't have a preference.
I didn't ask you what your favorite mumble rap artist is.
It's the same thing. I don't have a preference because I hate all my options.
You have to pick one.
I want to go home. That's my choice. Can I go home? Mom, pick me up. I'm scared.
This man is informing you on stories, and he's not even making the choice. How can you know?
Because I don't want. I am choosing not to choose because I don't want either option. You are giving me the choice. Do you want to be shot or stabbed? I choose neither.
Well, no. I mean, look, with fuda, there's no shot. There's only stabbed. It's stabbed or no stabbed.
I mean, no, they're gonna shoot. If they got balls, they're gonna shoot.
Balls or no balls, then. You've set out all these parameters. You've danced around this argument long enough.
No food. I don't want to be a part of this. I don't like it.
Look, sometimes games only present you the illusion of choice, and the illusion of choice is whether or not fuda exists. So since fuda exists, you have to determine if balls or no balls is appropriate.
I want to go home.
You can't. You have to answer this question. It's lawyers. Real lawyers have answered this question. And you're a degenerate anime thing who's like, oh, stories in video games are good, and you can't even bring yourself to answer the question?
I guess no balls because it's less gay.
Oh, come on. No, it's not. It's worse. That's just phallic.
You're adding more male genitalia. How is that worse? I can't follow this shit. This is why I had to start my own website. Because you fuckers are so degenerate. I can't hang with this fandom.
You cannot pick no balls and say, oh, it's less gay, because that's literally just dick. Like, at least balls is natural.
Versus dick and balls? What is the...
Look, you said, I don't like fuda. I'm not into it, right? Okay. I can accept that. But if you don't like fuda, but you have to accept the reality of its existence, you have to accept the reality of balls when a penis is around. If you make it into just a penis with no balls, you have phallicized fuda and fetishized it, and now you're gay.
What? How is that?
Because
you go from fetishizing to how did you make that leap?
That's not a leap. That's the logic of it. Because now you're like, you know what? When presented with a natural option, which is a dick and balls, or with just a penis, which is gay, I pick the penis.
How is that more gay than including the balls?
Because the balls...
How do the balls make it less gay?
That's a natural function of the fuda. If there's a dick, there should be balls.
There's nothing natural about fuda. There is nothing natural about fuda.
Look, if there's a penis, there's balls. That's just how nature works. So if I go and say there's no balls, that's artificial, and that's wrong. So that's gay.
Artificial.
That's aberrant. That's closer to gay than straight.
My face hurts.
Statistically, I win. How many hours have you been streaming today? Oh, God. 9.5?
Oh, God.
No, wait. I was on quartering stream for like a couple hours. I don't know, 11.
Your family misses you, Nick. You need to
They
stop.
They don't. I even spent time with them, too, playing the Bloodborne board game.
which is so weird that exists. I never knew that was a thing.
The board games are a new thing. By the way, board games are video games, but on boards now. Like that's seriously, they have save states, they have save points. They're like a story, a cooperative playthrough. You can play them single player. It's literally you're playing a video game, but it's the medium is a board game. They're really intricate. They're kind of interesting. I don't know. One of my extended family members is really into it, so my wife and I play with that couple, and they're fun. But like they're a video game that you have to lay out all the pieces for. It's kind of, in some ways, it's frustrating. But yeah, it's a weird sort of thing. Sorry, Skeet Neat says, Nick, what do you think about the Eldar craft worlders? All Eldar deserve the bullet. Gold Boy says, no balls. You know the answer there, Gold Boy. CJ says, in Vic voice, so, Cody is down to fuck with Nikki? Check. Anime Moon says, okay, saying this now, Final Fantasy VII is trash. Final Fantasy VI is king.
Boo. Don't give me that. That's the most basic bitch. Oh, I have opinions better than the teenagers. Nah. 7's great, 6's great. The only bad Final Fantasies are 11, 12, 13, and 2 for the gameplay. And 3 for the gameplay.
Mr. Disaster 2000 says, I put way too much thought into the balls, no balls question for someone who's allegedly straight. You're failing a couple of things here. You have to understand that I have had to ask this question to people with no knowledge of it like 50 times. And sometimes I have to pull teeth to get an answer, like tonight. When I don't have to do that is with like Orthodox Jewish lawyers or whatever. They just answer. I don't know what the problem is with Cody. Joshua Vidrine says, Cody's right, plus the interactions of H Live are premium. Angry Baneling says, I DM'd you the poll results. Check it out. Okay. What poll? Why?
They held a poll, apparently. I'm getting word there was a poll while we were talking of which one of us won, I think, on the game story debate.
Oh, so I win. Yeah, I won this one. Significantly. I don't even know why you would send that to me. That's no surprise. Baron Wolfsbane says, Nick, contact me on Minds. My name is Baron Wolfsbane. I'll help make you a VTuber. I also want to show off decentralized platform I'm working on. Baron, don't take this the wrong way, but my brain is toast. If you could just DM me on Minds, I will get back to you. But if you ask me to go do it, I'm not going to. It's not personal. I'm just, after the show, I'm going to go fall over. Keck7 Ghost says, Cody is a shrimp. Easy. Easy. Thank you for the donation. Revenant 465 says, Red Dead Redemption 2, best Western.
Red Dead Redemption do have a very good story. I mean, I was teasing earlier, but they do have a very good story.
I like Bone Tomahawk, man. That was a good Western. It's not a video game, but it was fun. Also, some of the best dialogue and execution of dialogue in a movie in a very long time. Mr. Insane says, what about mobile games? Girls Frontline has a pretty interesting story. Jess Atlas says, just beat Dark Souls 3 and you kept me company all day while I binged it. Not one cutscene to force their story down my throat. Wow. Fantastic. Sergeant McSalty says, what do y'all think of the Metro series, books and or games? Good story or not? I don't know. I've never played them. I mean, I have one of the Metro games, but I played it for 30 seconds and then stopped. You? Play Metro?
I don't even know what that is.
Like Metro 2033 or whatever? First-person shooter. Okay. E1337 Neo says, surprised no one mentioned Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Garbage story, great music.
Yeah. I mean, Mystic Quest, it's literally made to be a beginner's RPG. It's not meant to be gripping. It's training wheels.
CJ says, Fruits of Grisia is a decent anime. Phoenix Lord Asserman says, Nick is just a filthy, disgusting Nord, unfit to even clean my elven boots. Get wrecked, Knife Ear. So his opinions on storytelling are irrelevant. He didn't even realize Ulfric was a puppet for the Thalmor. Pathetic. To be fair, I hadn't gotten there yet, and I also fuss-rodad Ulfric to his fucking face for being a bitch of the Thalmor. So, don't even at me. Did you fuss-rodad Ulfric? I don't think so. Broken Guy says, not sure of Redo's author's gender, but they tweeted that they hate Cinderes so much they want to fist them and make them unable to have babies. Based? CJ says, "Oh look, it's Chair Coon's little sister." Oh, that must be your chair. Bad Dragonite says, "Cody."
This used to be a black leather chair.
Oh God, you're approaching Shane levels.
Oh, I'm past Shane. I need a new chair, but I'm poor and I've been putting it off.
Oh God. Bad Dragonite says, "Cody Byer, top 10 game stories, bonus for furries. Top 10. How about top 3?
The ones that I can think. There's so many good ones. 14's on my mind for good reason. So 14.
So many good ones.
I'm trying to exclude other Final Fantasies, but it's just on my brain. Fallout, the Fallout series have really good ones.
He loves Fallout 76 the best.
The real Fallout games, the only 3 ones that actually exist. They have very good stories. Jesus Christ.
So many good stories.
Weirdly enough, it's not for everyone, but if you can get into it, the Blaze Blue series has a very good plot. It's very hard. It's very impenetrable because it's so I don't want to say esoteric. It makes you work. A lot of mysteries and a lot of cryptic shit. If you can get through that, there's a lot going on with the character interaction.
When I go to good stories, I'm like, you know what, man? There's Shakespeare.
It's very anime. That's going to put a lot of people off, and I don't begrudge you if it does. But again, past that, very good.
Oscar Wilde. There's Shakespeare. There's Heinlein. There's Blaze Blue.
The guy that wrote Blaze Blue would be Maury. I don't remember his first name.
Robert Levito's has got
very anime, very goofy, but like it's goofy and well written at the same time. It's great.
Robert Levito says, "Got brave. Have like 60 cents for you. Oh, grifting one. Oh, thank you. Tyrannosaurus Rex says, Patreon's story crafting classes when? I'll join. Wait, are you talking to me or Cody? Oh no. Robert Levito says, "Contacting Google sounds like talking to the VA." Psych Soap, aka Schizo Madcap says, "Aw, ain't that cute, but it's wrong." CJ says, "Objection, the hyena option is a masculine clit." Sage Emerald says, "Cody, your Final Fantasy 14 is too subjective. Good taste in music, by the way. You cannot comprehend my weebdom. Redo his pleb tier. Get on Violence Jack." Oh, Violence Jack's hilarious.
Yes.
Gold Boy says 13 best Final Fantasy.
Now.
CJ says Fallout is based on the Wasteland series, much better. Greg Atlas, Shakespeare was a degenerate. Yes. Is anybody questioning that? And then we've got where the fuck am I? Holy shit. I'm trying to get a whole bunch of Streamlabs came in, and now I've got to find out where we were.
Oh no.
Okay. Night of Hope says regions, religions, butts, spagoo. Crusader says, "Cody, you're such a cool cat that I hereby bestow upon you your very own N-word pass with a hard R. Congratulations, my good sir. Don't spend it all at once."
I'll use it later.
Bad Dragonite says, "One big issue with game stories and expressing themes is it's sometimes too subtle and other times way too on the nose. In Far Cry 3, little things like fall damage actually tie into the themes of the story, while Heavy Rain is yelling Jason in your face." Night of Hope says, "Occurs to me there's a zoom button built into your browser. All you got to do is click zoom, blows up everything. Nick, my poor Nick, when are you going to learn these things, man?" What? Oh, are you? Look, if you stop. It's how I have my setup. I can't just put everything up on full screen like normal and zoom in stuff like that. If I zoomed in on it on my screen and it would zoom in on yours and the window's really small, don't even worry about it. I don't owe you shit for explanations. Shadows King 101 says, "Redo of Healer is shield hero for people that put 6 or more X's in their gamer tag." Night of Hope says the reason for that is that women aren't encultured to understand cause and effect and tend to respect the consequences of violence by fighting and roughhousing as young adults the way boys do. She probably wrote the story as if about a gender swapped woman. Kermit says, I can't believe I got my nuts stepped on by the princess, and then that lesbian bitch forced herself on me. At least I can go to bed now. Wait, Bullet, what are you doing? Bullet, no!
I don't even know who Bullet is.
That's because you don't know enough about Redo of Healer. Bullet's your favorite character. Night of Hope says, that's one thing I disagree about. I don't care about fan fiction, Fujoshis, all that shit. I just think they probably shouldn't have influence on creator or public morality. Let them be unlikable and do what they want. We should just ignore them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can ignore them on the moon. Night of Hope says, we did learn that Cody's a homophobe tonight, though. Just kidding, buddy. Crusader says, my favorite mumble rap artist is the one I don't have to listen to, or alternatively, the one who gets to do a really stupid beef and get shot 20 times over some stupid bullshit. But then he'd come back and make a fire album. Night of Hope says,
so no, he wouldn't.
Night of Hope says, I think Cody just hung another L on you with his lame Fuda shit, lol. No, he answered the question. He ended up losing. Malik Foxon says, nah, take that W. Nick Knight's been wrong all along. Oh, thank you, Malik. Shadows King 101 says, Balls Gang has taken an L today, but just remember that the biggest L goes to Angry Baneling because he still lives in India and doesn't have a toilet. Crusader Saracen says, say, Cody, what do you like about Final Fantasy VII? Almost everyone I know hates it, but I can't help but like and admire it. Who
A lot
hates
of people
7?
hate it just because it was the big RPG, it was the mainstream one, so all the teenagers liked it and named themselves Sephiroth in their username, so they had to hate it. It had a great cast. It was a good. People think of it as being melodramatic in hindsight because that's the parts they remembered as a teenager. It really wasn't. It had a good mix of drama and like dark and upbeat and funny moments. It was a great one of the best casts in terms of the player characters that join your party. One of the best, period. It was in that sort of that great villain trilogy of 5, 6, and 7, where it had like the best Final Fantasy villains for years. And it just had so much going for it. It had great post-game content, which is not something you usually get in Final Fantasy. Just, oh, do you beat the final boss? Here's some super bosses, another crazy shit you can go do. It had a lot going for it.
It was bad. No, I'm just kidding. I enjoyed Final Fantasy VII. I tried to replay it though, and I just couldn't bring myself to care. So I don't want to like judge its story because I couldn't do it a second time. I played it when I was like, a teenager. A young teenager, I think, when it came out. So I just don't even remember, like, to judge it. CJ says, Fallout is based on Wasteland, much better. I read that one. Asia Fraser says, look up Lenny Baxter from Powerpuff Girls. He's Shane. Yeah. Yes. Nico H says, I heard that the author of Redo of Healer is a woman. Mr. Insane says, I know the title of the game I mentioned sounds all cute and such, but some of the things you can witness in it are depression, PTSD, and war crimes. Night of Hope says, hey, fuck you, Malik. Ask your wife if I'm right. She'll know what it means. Damn. All right, guys. Oh, Cody.
Fight.
What?
I was just saying, fight.
Yeah. No, don't fight. I gotta get rest. Cody, thanks for coming on, man. This has been a blast.
It was fucking great. This is one of the best streams I've done in a long time. Ruled.
Well, we'll have to do one again soon that is less Vic and just more weeby focused because I think Gator mentioned that he would like to participate in a weeb stream if we're going to do one. I haven't had him on in a long time, so that might be fun to get kind of some less legally serious content than the fucking fate of our country and just have a nice weeb stream sometime really soon. And I want to do more escapist content as well as the live stuff, the legal stuff, just to mix it up. Because
I am 1,000,000,000% on board. Do it sooner rather than later.
All right. Anything you want to say to the chat before we go?
You can follow me at twitter.com, at Lord Schmecky, LordShmeckie, if you want to hear my opinions. If you just want to see my art, which I think is much better than my opinions, you can go to Twitter at Bayerworks, Bayer Works. That's my art. I'm pretty good at it, I like to think. And comics, Cloud Scratcher, in the description now. Go read that. You'll have a good time. And then wait for We the Damned to come out, because that's going to be coming out hopefully this year. Hopefully this year.
I just want to remind you guys, my original pitch. You know this, but I got to say it. Find people you like and support them. Take the money you pay to people that hate you and give it to people you like. Because they'll make more stuff that you like. If everybody starts doing that, we will decentralize the monetary entertainment system, and we will allow better content and more content to flood the planet. And there's an unlimited amount of stories to be told and stuff that we've never even thought of, just waiting, but someone doesn't have the resources to do it. So find them and give it to them. All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.